and that's a good thing to say. Just contact the details are on the Rowing New South Wales website, and you can get your tickets from there. Well, Mark, not far away from our first race, I can't see at all what's happening down there, 2,000 metres away, or in this case, 1,000 metres away for the under 16. You might run through the field in the first heat.
Yes. So first up we have in lane 1 from Glebe, Alex Quick, who's coached by Ken Major. In lane 2 from Nepean, we have Daming Wang, who has the coaches of Daniel Waddell, Talara Tuckerman and Victoria Trevitt. In lane 3 we have from Newcastle Grammar, Patrick Stanley, who's coached by Amos Noon. In lane 4 from St George, Callum Dunn, who's coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 5 from Nepean, Tanish Patel, who's coached again by Daniel Waddell, Talara Tuckerman, Victoria Trevitt. In lane 6 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Hudson Walker. In lane 7 from Nepean, Jonathan Newen, coached by the trio from Nepean again. And in lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Ben Riley, coached by Amos Noon. Now with this race, it will be the first 4 through to the final. So about 2 minutes to start time.
Very good to see a number of schools out there competing today, and school has not yet returned. Of course, it's quite a couple of weeks away yet, I think, and although some may be in their rowing camp. Incidentally, bad news during the week, or unfortunate news about Scotch from Adelaide having their bus accident with some injuries while transporting their rowing crews to their annual rowing camp. So we wish all those well at Scotch for the approaching season. As you mentioned, there are 2 heats in this event, men's under 16 single scull, with the first 4 direct to the final. We've seen the umpires' boats go down the course, but I can see nothing down there at the 1,000-metre mark at all. So we're going to have to do a combination of doing magic Harry Potter tricks, looking at computers, or leaning out the window. I'm not quite sure what as yet. Incidentally, talking about watching the races, if you are intend to follow any of the races by cycle, don't forget it's on the southern bank. We expect not on the grandstand side, and all bike riders are expected, in fact it is compulsory, to wear a helmet as the law. So make sure if you're following the races on your bicycle, you do have your helmet on.
So the race is underway. We can't actually see what's happening because of the condensation on our windows, but we will be able to give an update as they come through the 500-metre mark.
We can at least try and pick up, and you will see some of the race projected images on the big screen, so you'll have a far better view than we have. But just as we mentioned, running through the field again, it is a 1,000-metre race. Alec Quick from Glebe in 1, Alec Wang Nepean in 2, Patrick Stanley Newcastle Grammar 3. St George in the middle, represented by Callum Dunn. Then in lane 5, Tanish Patel from Nepean, Hudson Walker, Hunter Valley in 6, Jonathan Newen, Nepean in 7, Ben Riley, Newcastle Grammar in 8.
And it looks like they're about to come up to the 1,000-metre mark. Oh, 500 metres, sorry about that.
Yes, it is a 1,000-metre race, so they're at the halfway mark at the moment. And just as I look down there at the moment, I would think the lead is probably coming from the grandstand side. That is lane 8, looking at Ben Riley from Newcastle Grammar, although beside him over in lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar's Hudson Walker. So Hunter Valley crews here right up there. And it's going to be a very good race. Just remember, it is Heat 1, and it's 1, 2, 3, and 4 to the final. But there is a very good battle going on here, and I think it is Ben Riley from Newcastle Grammar with the bow in front. I'm looking across to Damon Wang from Nepean on the far side. He's also in there. So this is going to be a very, very good race indeed. I think the 4 have virtually worked themselves out at this stage, being Ben Riley, then Hudson Walker, and perhaps Damon Wang being the leading 3.
I think over in lanes 1 and 3, is it, or 1 and
yeah,
yes.
What I'm
looks
trying
like Alex Quick is up there, and Patrick Stanley in lane 3.
What I'm trying to do at the moment is find a part of the window which is not fogged up, and it looks like Callum Dunn. It might be in lane 4 with the St George colours, certainly doing very, very well here indeed. And beside him again, Patrick Stanley from Newcastle Grammar. These are crews that in the early stages I couldn't see at all because of our viewing conditions, but they're coming up within 100 metres of the finish line at the moment. And Mark, have you got any better?
Yes, I can see it through the gloom there. It's Patrick Stanley out in the lead from Newcastle Grammar, followed closely by Alex Quick, rowing a great race. And it's going to be lane 8, Ben Riley from Newcastle Grammar in 3rd. And Hudson Walker from Hunter Valley Grammar in 4th. So those are the 4 that will go through to the final. Next up, Callum Dunn in lane 4. And it's going to be Damon Wang from Nepean will come 6th. And coming along here in lane 7, we have Jonathan Newen from Nepean. And in lane 5, Tanish Patel. Whoops. You're not quite there yet, Tanish. It's only a few more strokes.
And while we're just waiting for that, the time for the 1,000 metres, 4:16.70. And
that's very impressive, because I know, with no bias to Glebe, of course, but I know Alex Quick is a novice. Just come in second there, and effectively 4:20.
That's a very, very good time
under
indeed.
16.
Now, Heat 2 is, I think, underway. Again, 1,000 metres, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4 to the final. We're looking at Trent Hopton from Nepean in lane 2, Alexander McDougall from Newcastle Grammar in 3, Alex Vella from Nepean in 4, Caelan Rutley from Newcastle Grammar in 5, Lachlan Fraser Mossman in 6, Tefon Stramboli from Hunter Valley Grammar in 7, and Timothy Quinn from Nepean in 8. So a full house, so to speak, and first 4 direct to the final.
So it looks like they've approached the last 250 metres. We are still having difficulty actually seeing out our windows. but it seems to me that we have lane 6 well in the lead there. First 3 looking fairly comfortable. It's quite a long way back to the to quite a few of these boys.
Well, the 1, 2, 3 are virtually there and declare themselves. So the other qualifier, number 4, who's it going to be?
So, well, no, it's going to be Kaylin Routley from Newcastle Grammar will win this, followed by Trefon Stamboli from Hunter Valley Grammar, and Lachlan Fraser from Mossman, working just to try and keep up with them there. So that time was quite a bit faster at 4:02.92. Fourth is going to be, I can't quite see it, it looks like lane 3, Alex Vella from Nepean. No, it's Hunter, it's I think it's Alexander McDougall from Newcastle Grammar, and followed by Alex Vella from Nepean. Then next to come through will be Timothy Quinn from Nepean in lane 8. He's looking round to see where that line is. It must be coming soon. And across the far side there, we have Trent Hopton from Nepean. So the first 4 through to the final.
And those first 4 are Ken Routley from Newcastle Grammar, Trefon Stamboli from Hunter Valley Grammar, then Lachlan Fraser from Mossman, and Alexander McDougall from Newcastle Grammar. We're continuing on with the under-16 category, and this is the heats of the women's under-16 scull. Again, 1, 2, 3 and 4 direct to the final. That final is race 30 later in the program. It's over 1,000 metres. In lane 1 from UTS, Sophia Armitage. In lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Grace Charge. Lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Sophie Brennan. Lane 5 from Nepean, Gowrie Cotera. And lane 6 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Arabella BLOMFIELD. And in lane 7 from Glebe, Sophia Miller. So just a reminder about our bow numbers. They're collectible before your race from the counter at the base of the finish tower, and they should be returned there as soon as is practicable after the race has been finished. We spoke a little earlier about the New South Wales Rowing Championships to be held in just a few weeks' time, getting closer all the time. Entries are now open. They close very shortly, as a matter of fact. They close on Monday, the 3rd of February, so it's not far away. So make sure if you're intending to enter in the New South Wales State Championships, you get your entries in promptly.
So the race is underway for the women's first heat of the women's under-16 single scull. It'll be again the first 4 through to the final. But we are still limited with our vision. We apologise for that.
In fact, the big pictures on the screen outside, or even though just sitting on the bank, have got a better view than we have. Rowing conditions very, very good here, as is we expect them to be. at our Sydney International Rowing Centre. There is certainly a little breeze. We can see the banners on the pontoon and the flags fluttering a little, but it certainly is not making any great impression on the rowing surface.
So the first three have just gone through the 500 there. You can probably see on the big screen better who they are than we can. But they look to be fairly closely bunched, the first three. They seem to be in the lane. Please. Yeah, we can't see them.
Well, we're getting a little bit of remedial work, we hope, on our windows at the moment, and we'll just see what can be done. But in the meantime, we will struggle on. Well, we're making some attempts to try and get some vision, but a bit difficult at the moment. And unfortunately, it appears that we're the only windows which are fogged up in all of the finished tower. But nevertheless, we struggle on. Well done, Mark. You're a deft hand with a mop. Well, thank you, Mark. I can at least see what's happening at the moment, and the race underway. A couple of 100 metres yet to go for Heat 1 of the women's under-16 single scull, and it's the first three well and truly out there at the moment. On the far side, it looks like Sophia Armitage from UTS putting on a bit of a sprint at the moment. We're looking across to Sophia Miller from Glebe on the grandstand side, and right beside her, Arabella BLOMFIELD from Hunter Valley. But it really looks like Armitage, UTS on the far side. I think it is UTS certainly coming in, and it is 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the final. First three obvious. Who's going to be 4?
I think that's lane 3 coming through there, John. It's
Is
Sophie Brennan from Sydney. No?
No, I don't think so. Again,
that's it. It's Grace Charge from Newcastle
yes, it
Grammar.
is Grace Charge from Newcastle Grammar in first place. Well done, Grace.
Followed by Sophie Miller from Glebe.
Didn't pick it up there earlier.
Followed by Arabella BLOMFIELD from Hunter Valley Grammar. And Sophie Brennan from Sydney has come in 4th. So those will be the first 4 through. Lane 5 is about to, yes, cross the line. So that's Gary Kotera from Nepean. And we seem to be a couple short in this one, so we've only had 5 go through.
And the winning time there by Grace Charge was 4:20.07.
That's a bit better, isn't it?
Well, it's a little better, I have to say. Thank heavens we have some vision, although I still think it's better outside than inside. We're looking now at race number 4 in our program, and this is the second heat of the women's under-16 singles. Charlotte Murray from St Paul's Grammar in lane 2. Claudia Horrell from UTS in 3. Mia Finch, Hunter Valley Grammar in 4. Eva D'Estacio from Mossman in 5. Myers from Newcastle Grammar in 6. And Freya Carmody from Sydney Rowing Club on the grandstand side. We've just been advised that the race has been halted. Don't know quite at this stage, so we'll keep an eye on things and try and bring it to you, the reason for that, as soon as we can. incidentally, while we're waiting to see a restart in this race, it is the second heat of the women's under-16 singles. Just mentioned race 5, which is over the big distance of 2,000 metres. It's our first final for the day, and it's a para race, our para singles, both men and women, and we'll run through the starting list certainly, but we do note that representing Sydney Rowing Club is Eric Horry, one of our international greats in para rowing, so we'll be interested to see Eric compete in race number 5.
And it's fantastic that there's a full field in that race, John. So all 9 lanes will be occupied. As we said before, the elites have all come out of the woodwork today. It's great to have Eric.
Yes, it's good to see him here, actually. And I think, looking down the list there, that he may be the only chap, male, rowing in that race. And it is a final, so there is an award to be made, and there'll be one for the women para singles and one for the male. And we're advised they're away. Heat 2 rather, race number 4, but Heat 2 women's under-16 singles. As with the other under-16 events, all over 1,000 metres, and it's the first 4 direct to the final.
So the competitors in this race are Charlotte Murray from St Paul's Grammar in lane 2, Claudia Horrell from UTS in lane 3, Mia Finch from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 4, Eva DeStasio from Mossman in lane 5, Ava Myers from Newcastle Grammar in lane 6, and Freya Carmody from Sydney in lane 7.
Well, our window is gradually clearing, and it seems to me that all 6 scheduled starters are in place and on the water. One of our original concerns building up to this regatta, of course, was the question of heat management. Don't think it's going to be too much of a problem today, although the forecasts indicate that in Western Sydney temperature could reach 30, but with this cloud cover, I doubt if that's going to happen. Not sure about the atmospheric conditions, but they certainly look a lot better than those which existed in the regattas in the build-up to the Christmas break.
I'm very impressed that you've become a weather forecaster, John, because as we know these days, just about anything can happen.
Mark, for nearly 40 years, I did the weather presentations on ABC television. And while I'm no forecaster, at least meteorology is one of my subjects at uni. So,
but interesting, we can actually see the races coming down the course now through a not particularly clean window, but it's improved, and they look to be fairly closely bunched up. So there are 6 of them, and it's going to be the first 4 through.
And it does look as though the lead's coming from the northern bank. That's the grandstand side, with perhaps Ava Meyer from Newcastle Grammar and Freya Carmody from Sydney fighting out for first place. But I look across, there's a bit of effort coming now from Claudia Horrell from UTS over there in lane 2. She's lifted her rating at the moment and she's moving up. But as I speak, Ava Myers from Newcastle Grammar has also lifted her rating and moving her boat very, very nicely indeed. Looking across, first 4 to the final, and as we look at the moment, I think it's going to be tight. 1, 2, 3, probably pretty obvious, but a good battle is going to happen for that 4th place to proceed to the final.
And I think Freya Carmody over here in lane 7 has just realised that she really needs to push through if she's going to get through to the final. Over there in the red boat, that's...
Yeah, Charlotte Murray from St Paul's Grammar. But beside her, Claudia Horrell from UTS. As I mentioned, she put on that burst about 150 metres ago. She's continuing with it, and she is streaking it away.
Well,
there is the first.
And I think Claudia Horrell from UTS is clearly in the lead, looking very comfortable. I think it's going to be Ava Myers is probably going to take second, but...
yeah, for an under-16 sculler, a very, very nice and well-judged race, and the boat's moving very well. Big battle for second. Where's it going to go?
I think big battle for third and fourth. Oh, no, it's Ava Myers is from Newcastle Grammar's taken second. Claudia Horrell from UTS. Oh, sorry. Charlotte Murray, third, and Freya Carmody, fourth. Mia Finch from Hunter Valley Grammar, fifth. And Eva DeStasio from Mossman in sixth. Well, that was quite a good race, John. Those girls certainly putting in a bit of effort there.
Very good race. I was very impressed with the style exhibited by Claudia Horrell. And she judged her race very, very well, sitting back at about third till about the 700 metre mark. Then away she went, and there was no stopping. A very nice race indeed. Just looking at the time, 4:28.07.
Now, the para race that's about to start is actually 2,000 metres, John.
Yes, this is a big race for the para rowers. Quite often they're held over a variety of distances, 500 metres, 1,000, but these are the top competitors in the para group, and they are all PR3 except for Eric Holly, PR1. And it is a final. There will be a presentation of awards, one for the, I think the PR3 women para rowers, and then for Eric Horry. Just running through the field, it will be in lane 1 from Nepean Kathleen Murdoch, in lane 2 from Capital Lakes, that's in the ACT, Nikki Ayres. Lane 3, Balmain number 5, Lauren Webben. Lane 4, Balmain number 3, Bronte Marshall. Lane 5 from Drummoyne number 2, Stephanie Walker. In lane 6, Balmain number 4, Ruby Sutherland. And in lane 7, Glebe number 2, Maker Kelly with Eric Horry. And we all know and have read of Eric's success story over the recent years. He's rowing in lane 9, representing Sydney Rowing Club.
It's great to see the range of clubs that they're all rowing for too, John.
Yes.
You know, it used to be, used to be fairly limited as to who had the para rowers.
It was indeed. We saw Balmain being a long, steady supporter of para rower. Nepean, another a strong supporter, but it's great to see the spread of these para rowers over a range of different clubs now.
I know Mika Kelly, who's with Glebe, is a novice. We've been spending a lot of time teaching her. She comes from dragon boating, very keen to become a champion rower. She's vision impaired, but being very ably coached by Brad Smith.
Of course, your club down at Glebe, you'd have a fairly close association with the dragon boat rowers.
We certainly work with them as best we can, because we do share the bay. The Dragon Boats New South Wales are located under the Anzac Bridge, and I understand they have 16 clubs row from that spot. So there's always a lot of traffic out on the bay, and we work together as much as we possibly can.
Thank you. Mark, last time we spoke, you mentioned some of the limitations that might apply to Glebe and perhaps university boat clubs in relation to the construction of the new fish market. Any developments?
Nothing further to report at this stage. We're waiting on feedback from them and where it's going, basically.
You did have some success in negotiating the position of the wharves and piers, didn't you?
Yes. We've but we're still waiting for so currently it's under waiting for a DA, and we're waiting for the DA to come out and see what is actually going to happen. We had some fantastic press recently where the reporter had researched what we'd submitted in the DAs and wrote an article in the Herald plugging the rowers' needs, which we love. But it's really a wait and see at the moment.
Well, we have right standing behind us Owen Nix, our marvellous Regatta secretary. Owen's giving us some paper. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we just mentioned that our Regatta secretary, Owen Nix, was in the Finnish Tower with us and just gave us some details of some events which have been consolidated, that is, joining heats or divisions together, and we'll bring you more details on those as we get to them later in the program.
So race 5 is now underway. It seems that Nikki Ayres in lane 2 from Capital Lakes has scratched. So that leaves 8 competitors, one of them being Eric in lane 9, who from here, looks to be well in the lead, but it's very hard to tell.
Eric, of course, qualified for the Olympics at the World Championships toward the end of last year, and he will, I am sure, be representing our nation at the Paralympics. And for those not familiar with rowing, whereas our Rowing World Championships has a totally integrated rowing program, that is para-rowing events integrated totally with our standard events for the Olympics. Paralympics are a different set of racing.
Just watching the video there, which is on Eric at the moment, is when you consider has no leg power, he's getting fantastic run on that boat. It's very impressive.
Eric, a very impressive rower, and internationally has pulled out some significant successes in recent years. I remember a couple in the World Championships, perhaps 2 years ago, when he came totally from behind and took out the gold medal. Conditions are excellent, particularly for our younger scullers, small boat competitors, and our para. It is really very, very good conditions indeed, and will suit our para rows very well.
John, it seems to me that what they've done is a staggered start here. So Eric's gone off by himself, and the remaining women have just started.
I think that's probably a reasonable decision by the boat race officials. I am sure that of the field, Eric would be expected to be a long way ahead of the remainder of the field, and I think to start him as the only competitor in his particular class is a very, very good decision. So we got the PR1 away first, and then our PR3s yet to follow.
It seems there's also somebody coming down the far lane in lane 1 there. So that would be Kathleen Murdoch from Nepean.
Well, I certainly see an umpire's boat over on the southern bank there. But in the age of the words of the song, "My eyes are dim, I cannot see."
Oh, John, you
But
going
I
to sing
do-
for us?
I do have my specs with me. I do have to say that. We can certainly see Eric Horry outline on the grandstand side in lane 9, but as Mark mentioned, there is a sculler immediately in front of the umpire boat coming down on the southern bank.
So the remaining women have just gone through the 500-metre mark.
We're just trying to get a preview on now to see who the sculler is there. On the far side, in front of the umpire boat. I get the impression through the haze that it could be someone.
I think it's Kathleen Murdoch in lane 1.
In a blue singlet, so that would figure with the Nepean start, yes. Now we'll try and get some official information on the rationale of the the start of our two scullers on the water at the moment, with the remainder of the field having just left the 2,000 metre start mark.
And Eric's just gone through the 1750 there. And looks to be winding it up to me.
Yeah, he's certainly lifting his rating at the moment. And looking down the course, we can get a very good impression of the idyllic sculling conditions on the surface at the moment. And we'll have to wait for some official information on who's on the water. Eric Horine from Sydney Rowing Club, no doubt. And it certainly looks like Nepean Kathleen Murdoch on the far side.
Looking very comfortable as she comes up in the last 50 metres there.
Yes, I got the impression looking at her that there's a fair bit in reserve there. The boat is moving fairly well. It's a moderate rating. I haven't got a watch on at the moment, but about 3 strokes. And if it is Kathleen, she'll be over the line. Eric Horry on the grandstand side in the light blue of Sydney Rowing Club, about 100 metres to go. So very, very good performance here. Eric Horry in the PR1 category. And over the line in just a stroke or two. Well, that leaves us, ladies and gentlemen, with a pretty spread out field for the remainder of the starters in this A final of race 5. The para single scull. We already were advised that Nikki Ayres from Capital Lakes in the ACT had withdrawn.
And it looks to be Lauren, from where we sit, it looks to be Lauren Webber in lane 3 from Balmain is clearly in the lead, followed closely by Bronte Marshall from Balmain and, well, no, Nikki Ayres is scratched, so I may have that wrong. So that would be
Bronte Marshall,
actually Bronte Marshall in the lead.
Yes, yes, I would think so, yes.
Yeah, followed by Lauren Webber and Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne. So Lauren and Stephanie would seem as if they're going to be battling it out. Seems to be fairly close.
This is race number 5 of our 84 race program, our first regatta of the season or of the year up here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. A final of the para single scull. No, he's all right.
So, and it seems to be Bronte Marshall is in the last 100 metres now, well in the lead, clear of the next two, who is Lauren Webber over in lane 3, and Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne in lane 5. So,
and in just a moment or two, ladies and gentlemen, at the finish of this race, we'll be moving down to our first presentation. But Bronte Marshall in the Balmain colours over the line.
Putting in a lot of effort to cross the line there. Lauren Webber has now taken it up to for the last 100 metres there.
Well, here, as we mentioned, the Balmain colours again. Lauren Webber over the line. Both Bronte and Lauren coached by Anne Craig and Liam James. And we've got a fair degree of distance, which is not unusual, between all these Parascullers. Yet another Balmain, I think Ruby Sutherland.
No, it's Stephanie Walker.
Stephanie Walker about to go from Drummoyne across there, and behind her it will be Ruby Sutherland, and a fair way back, I think it might be Mika Kelly, about whom you spoke earlier, being a new cab off the rank, so to speak.
Yes. I think this is her second 2,000 metre race.
And talking about 2,000 metre races, we'll be going back to the 2,000 metres for our next series of events. First of which will be the women's under-17 single scull, the heats, then followed by the men's heats in the same category.
The next race is actually well underway there. It looks like they've come through the first 500 metre mark. So this is the women's under-17 single scull. It'll be first 4 through to the final. In lane 3 we have Talisa Knock Driver, coached by Brendan Longman from Sydney. Amy Georgia Barnett in lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar. Sarah Bearatree, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell from Nepean in lane 5. Amelia Cooper, coached by Richard Coakley, Jared Watson from UTS in lane 6, and Adelaide Goldfinch from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 7. They're now approaching the 1,000 metre mark, I think, so we hope that Mika Kelly manages to cross the line and get off the course before they catch her.
But in the meantime, we might look at the podium and see if we're ready for our first presentation of the day. And down there is Margot Healy, the CEO of Rowing New South Wales. Are you ready to go, Margot?
Yes.
Well, it's my pleasure now to introduce Margot to make our first presentation today. This is the A final, and this is the para single scull PR1 classification, and representing Sydney Rowing Club, Eric Horry. Congratulations, Eric. Well done. Eric's remaining on the podium there. A couple of photographs by his club president, Keith Jamison. And it wouldn't be Regatta without Keith and his camera. Well done, Keith. And talking about the Sydney Rowing Club, they are competing in the next heat one, as already been mentioned, in the under-17 singles. Taliesin Oak Diver, she's rowing in or sculling in lane 3 and appears to be doing well at the moment. Amy Giorgio Barnett from Newcastle Grammar in lane 4, Sarah Bericci in Nepean in 5, Amelia Cooper, UTS 6, and in lane 7, Hunter Valley Grammar, Adelaide Goldfinch.
And it seems to be that Amelia Cooper from UTS is in the lead, followed by Taliesin Oak Driver over there in lane 3 from Sydney. And Mika's just crossed the line. Well done, Mika.
And just a reminder that in the heat underway at the moment, it's the first of 2 heats, and it'll be, as for the previous events, 1, 2, 3 and 4 direct to the final. Now that schedule will be race 32 on our program.
And it looks like it's going to be a close call for the 4th, I think, which is the decider as to who gets through to the final. So Amelia Cooper from UTS is clearly in the lead. It's going to be a bit of a battle for 2nd and 3rd, I think.
And let's go now down to the podium, and it is the 2nd award, but for that same event, the A final, the Paris Single Scull. And we're ready to go in our 2nd presentation. This is again for the A final of the Para Single Scull, and representing Nepean, Kathleen Murdoch. Congratulations, Kathleen. And very well done, Nepean Rowing Club. Kathleen has her escort down there. But let's go back to the water. The race underway, Heat 1, under-17 singles.
Yes, with Amelia Cooper clearly in the lead. Not having to work particularly hard there, and she has it, quite a few lengths in front. I think she's going to be followed by Taliesin Oak Driver from Sydney. Then Amy Georgia Barnett from Newcastle Grammar will be in 3rd, and Sarah Bericci from Nepean is going to take 4th place. Third place. Fourth place. I'm confusing myself here, John.
Amelia Cooper over the line now.
The interesting thing is Adelaide Goldfinch is working hard from the Hunter Valley Grammar to try and catch the rest of the field, but I don't think she's quite going to make it. So it's Taliesin Oak Driver from Sydney in 2nd, Amy Georgia Barnett in 3rd, and Sarah Bericci in 4th.
So they'll be the 4 going direct to our final, which is scheduled to be race 32. Winning time there by Amelia Cooper, 3:59.44. I was impressed with Amelia's relaxed but very, very correct style, boat moving well. She wasn't hurried, and it was a very good performance. I just had the impression that there was a lot in reserve there as Amelia crossed the line. Looking at heat number 2, also from the 2,000 metre mark underway, Alenka Moran from Capital Lakes in lane 3, Grace Burke from Mossman in 4, Madison joins from St Paul's Grammar in 5. Molly Walker did Hunter Valley Grammar in 6, and Elizabeth Holthauser from Sydney. Now we've seen and heard Elizabeth Holthauser in this. She's done very well in some of the lead-up regattas. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they pan out and the time compared to Heat 1. Heat 1, 3:59.44. So can Heat 2 crack the 4-minute mark?
I think that was 8:59, John.
Was it 8:59?
Yes.
Oh, I've written it down as 3. Anyway, 8:59. Can we crack?
If they did if the under 17 women did 2,000 metres in 3:59, that would be pretty impressive.
Yes, it would be. I think it'd be called for the stewards, wouldn't it?
So it looks like race 7, the second heat of the women's under 17 single scull, is just about to go through the 1,000 metre mark, or the through. So again, we've talked about the benefits of volunteering, and most of all the timekeepers at these regattas, where we enthusiastically look at our time splits after the race and through the race, are volunteers. We note we're not getting times through any of the main marks, particularly the 1,000 metre marks, which indicates to us that we didn't quite get enough volunteers for timekeeping today. So Rowing New South Wales is always very keen to hear from you, if you're prepared to come and assist us and volunteer, helping with small jobs like timekeeping. So it appears to be in this, Alenka Moran over the far side seems to be out in the lead, and Adelaide Goldfinch from Hunter Valley Grammar over this side are the two contenders for the winning place. They're followed by, oh sorry, I'm mixing my words here. It's Elizabeth Holthauer from Sydney on this side.
We've seen Elizabeth compete very successfully in some of the age regattas leading up to our break-up period, and she's obviously again putting in that very good performance this morning. But there is still a long way to go, and there's a big challenge. You mentioned Alenka Moran from Capital Lakes over there on the far side. I think it is doing very well, or is it Grace Burke from Mossman?
It is Alenka.
Yeah, it is Alenka, yes. Alenka Moran and Elizabeth Holthauer, they're the two competing at the moment, with the advantage slight as it is going to the light blue of Sydney.
And I think third place there is going to be Madison Joins from St Paul's Grammar, followed by Grace Burke from Mossman. So they will be the four contenders, unless Molly Walkerden from Hunter Valley Grammar can perform a miracle.
Well, the closer to the line, and it's the Capital Lakes representative Alenka Moran, coached by Renee Donajews, probably out in the lead at the moment. As for the similar heat, first four direct to the final, they seem fairly apparent at the moment.
Yes, Alenka Moran has a clear lead there. looking fairly comfortable. Followed by Elizabeth Holthauer from Sydney. So in a time of 8 minutes 40.98. Madison joins from St Paul's Grammar, about to cross the line. And Grace Burke from Mossman, not pushing it too hard there, knowing that she's probably knowing that she's in coming fourth, she's comfortably in the final. And isn't this wonderful? Molly Walkerton there from Hunter Valley Grammar, really winding it up for the last 50 metres here.
There's a considerable time difference between those two heats. The heat just finished 8:40.98 compared with 8:59.44 for heat number one. But as I mentioned, I had the impression that Amelia Cooper winning that heat one had a lot in reserve. So the final is going to be very interesting.
And race 8, the first heat of the men's under 17 single scull. Again, the first 4 through will progress to the final. It's underway and it looks to be through the 1,000 metre mark. In lane 2 we have Evan Lloyd from Mossman. In lane 3, Cooper Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 4, Oliver St Pierre from Mossman. In lane 5, Rhett Bowden from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 6, Alex Baum from Mossman. And in lane 7, Fergus Pullen from UTS. And it looks to me from here that Fergus Pullen from UTS has a clear lead. Bit hard to tell what the rest of them are doing though.
Just a reminder that we'd like to thank our sponsors and supporters for our regattas and support of Rowing New South Wales. And we look at our major sponsor, Bentley's, and they've been supporting rowing for some considerable time now. The V Insurance Group, Regatta Shop, Pontoon, Bont Rowing, our new streaming supporters, Melanoma Institute, and of course Croker Alls. Thank you for your support.
So it looks like Oliver St Pierre has actually upped his rating and is working hard to catch Fergus Pullen from UTS. At the moment, it looks like Fergus is in the lead, followed by Oliver. And then it's going to be a battle for third and fourth place. There's 3 look to be fairly evenly spread across fairly close together. That's Evan Lloyd, Cooper Blatchley, and Rhett Bowden. Sorry, not Rhett, it's Alex Baum. So Mossman has a good showing in this field.
Yeah, 3 scullers represented. That's a very good effort by the red and white hoop singlet scullers out there. But no doubt about Fergus Pullen on the grandstand side, comfortably in front at the moment. But Rhett Bowden from Newcastle Grammar is making a push. But I think there's an even Oliver St Pierre is moving his boat, lifting his rating at the moment. It is 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the final. 1 and 2, no doubt. We're going to battle for third and fourth, though.
So Fergus Pullen looking very comfortable as he's about to cross the line. In 8 minutes and 0.08 minutes flat, basically. It's going to be close for third and fourth.
These are the critical ones. It is third and fourth only who'll proceed.
So Cooper Blatchley, third is my call, followed closely by Alex Baum from Mossman in fourth.
I would agree with your call. The judges are double checking now that. They confirm that Fergus Pullen was across the line first in 8 minutes flat, as Mark mentioned. Then Oliver St. Pierre in second place, but a photograph for third and fourth. And we'll bring you that results as soon as the judges have had a time to analyse it. But
so whatever the outcome of the photo, they'll both go through.
They'll all go through, that's right. But I'd agree with your call. But we're at a slightly different angle than are the judges, who are able to look at a more direct lineage than are we in the commentary point.
And the second heat of the men's under 17 single scull is underway, and looks like they're about to come through the 1,000 metres. In lane 2, we have Bo Nicholas from Mossman. In lane 3, Benjamin Hudson from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 4, Omar Galal from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 5, Hugh Harold from Nepean. In lane 6, Joshua Wilson from Mossman. And in lane 7, Marcus Furch from Newcastle Grammar.
Just confirming our call, Mark's call as they cross the line. Judges agree with that, so it will be Fergus Pullen in 1, Oliver St. Pierre Mossman in 2, in 3rd, Cooper Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar, and in 4th, Alex Bohm from Mossman. Well, I mentioned at the opening of our regatta that it was very pleasing to see the number of interstate clubs represented on our program here today, our small boat regatta. Not sure if there are specialist small boat regattas in some of the other states and territories, but we have 17 clubs, interstate clubs and territories represented on our regatta program today. So we welcome them all to Sydney for this particular regatta. We also extend a very warm welcome to all our non-metropolitan clubs down here at the moment. I noticed we already had significant representation from the Hunter Valley, but I noticed on the program later on, Lithgow Rowing Club, not a club we regularly see competing here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre.
So although we're waiting for the men's under 17 single scull second heat to come through, the first heat in race 10, which is race 10 of the women's under 19 double scull, has started as well. We will let you know as that gets a bit closer how they're travelling. At the moment, it appears to be Joshua Wilson from Mossman in lane 6 in a clear lead, followed by Bo Nicholas on the far side from Mossman. Then third and fourth is again going to be close. That will be Ben Hudson from Hunter Valley Grammar and Hugh Harold from Nepean. Yes, we can see the race 10, the women's under 19 double scull has just come through around the 500 metre mark. So these boys need to really wind it up and get off the course, I think.
We do have a gap out the course in the centre of the field there. I'm not sure if Mark mentioned it, but Omar Galal from Newcastle Grammar, scheduled to row in lane 4, has withdrawn, so there is a -1 there.
So Joshua Wilson looking very comfortable from Mossman, just come into the, or about to come into the last 100 metres. And Bo Nicholas on the far side, also looking pretty comfortable. They have a clear lead, so there's no concern about them going through to the final.
Yes, it's another case of Mossman out here in force at the moment. They already have 2 representatives proceeding to the final of this category, and it looks like there'll be another 2 from this race. So we're going to have 4 Mossman scullers in the final later in the program.
So Joshua Wilson has just crossed the line in 8:07, followed by Bo Nicholas from Mossman.
And of course, both coached by Judith Ogamak, closely associated with both Mossman and the St. Augustine's School Rowing Club.
And in lane 3, we're going to have Benjamin Hudson. Benjamin Hudson taking 3rd place from Newcastle Hunter Valley Grammar, followed by Hugh Harold in lane 4 from Nepean. And Marcus Furch from Newcastle Grammar will come in 5th place. Now, you noted Judith Ungemark is the coach from Mossman there. Oliver Zeidler, our world champion, who's going to be racing fairly shortly, is actually Judith's nephew.
I was unaware of that, so there we are.
And I dare say this is why we're going to see him racing for Mossman today.
I would think that is quite right. We've already mentioned that our next race, race 10 on our program, is already underway. 1, 2, 3 and 4 again direct to the final. Elizabeth Carter, Rosie Childs from Newcastle Grammar in lane 2. Lily Gavin and Grace Cipher, Sydney in 3. There is a Mossman and Capital Lakes composite in 4. Madeline Vag and Ava McLean. Holly Baker and Erin Coburn from Hunter Valley in 5. Alexandra Hammer, Matilda Bland from Glebe in 6. Alice Carraro and Isabella Oakley, Newcastle Grammar in 7. And in lane 8, it is the combination of Edie Brown and Amy Wagner from Nepean.
And it seems the reason that the races are coming close together is we're running a bit behind time at the moment. So no doubt the officials are trying their best to catch up.
Well, we did have a race which was stopped and
Yes.
a restart, and that throws the schedule a little behind, but I take my hat off to the boat race officials who keep our regatta program running very tightly to schedule.
So it looks like 1 and 2 is going to be a battle between Sydney Rowing Club, Lily Gavin and Grace Cipher, over in lane 3. And beside them, the Mossman composite crew of Madeline Vag and Ava McLean.
So just looking at the Nepean group of Edie Brown and Amy Walker on lane 8, they're also up there and look like a qualifier at this stage, but it is critical to stay up in that 4th position if you want to get to the final. But a real battle royal for 1 and 2 out there at the moment between the Gavin and Cypher combination from Sydney Rowing Club and also the Mossman Capital Lakes composition of Varg and McLean. Or is it the Hunter Valley Grammar, Baker and
I think it's
Coburn? Yes, I think that's right. The Gavin Cypher combination, very smooth together, a lot of run out of the boat, nice entry into the water, and they'll go ahead to cross the line very confident and with a lot of clear water back to the Mossman Capital Lakes composite crew, although that's what it says in lane 4.
Yes, it is a composite crew. They're from the ACT. Lane 2, Elizabeth Carter and Rosie Charge from Newcastle Grammar are coming in 3rd. And 4th will be Eddie Brown and Amy Wagner from Nepean. 5th is Alice Carraro and Isabella Oakley from Newcastle Grammar. 6th is Holly Baker and Erin Cockbain from Hunter Valley Grammar, followed by Alexander Hammer and Matilda Bland from Glebe. And the time there, 8:03.77. So the first 4 will go through to the final. And the second heat of the women's under-19 double scull is underway. There are a couple of scratchings. In lane 2, we have Claire Robinson and Leela Adderton from Penrith, coached by Lindsay Callaghan and Charlotte Toos-Cutler. Lane 3 has been scratched from Newcastle Grammar. Lane 4, we have Caitlin McManus Barrett and Sarah Abrams from Sydney. In lane 5, we have Lily Smith and Inez Kritzler, coached by Kathleen Hextall and Rob Glendenning from MLC. In lane 6 has been scratched. In lane 7, we have Taylor Kerpeniotis and Sarah Fard, coached by David Gelly, Alex Field and Hallie Chapman from UTS. And in lane 8, we again have a Mossman ACT composite of Alenka Moran and Grace Burke, coached by Judith Ungermark and Renee Domaschentz.
Our judge's screen here indicates that composite Mossman Capital Lakes Mark 8 has been scratched. So it looks like 3 scratchings in this event. So that leaves us with 4 crews in this second heat of the women's under-19 doubles. That's race 11 on our program.
So really it's a row over, John, because there are only 4 left in the field, so they'll all go through to the final. Or do they do that?
I would think so, unless there is an adjustment. We'll wait on advice on that one. But as it stands at the moment, it looks like the Penrith combination of Robertson and Anderton is perhaps falling back a little at the moment, but looking at the Kerpenotis and the Fard combination from UTS on the grandstand side with their bow ball in front at the moment, with the McManus and Barrett or Abraham's combination from Sydney in 3rd place.
It certainly looks to be close for the first 3. It Claire Robinson and Lila Anderton from Penrith are a bit further back. Looks like quite a few lengths. Certainly when it's a heat like this and you have a clear lead, it's quite nice to actually not have to push too hard. So the first three boats in this race all look fairly comfortable. They have a clear lead, so they don't seem to be pushing too hard. But it seems to be Taylor Kirpiotis and Sarah Fadd from UTS in the lead, and Caitlin McManus-Barrett and Sarah Abrams from Sydney, followed by Lily Smith and Inez Kritzler from MLC. And of course the MLC girls now row in our bay with us as well, out of the Sydney University Boat Club shed. So first across the line is Taylor Kirpiotis and Sarah Fadd from UTS. Second, Caitlin McManus-Barrett and Sarah Abrams from Sydney. And third, Lily Smith and Inez Kritzler from MLC in a time of 8 minutes 15.74. And Claire Robinson and Lila Anderton from Penrith just have a few more strokes to go and they will also cross the line.
Well, we have our first elite event on the water at the moment. It's Heat 1 of the men's elite single scull, and again, first four direct to the final. Some big names here. We'll talk about them later. Alex Rukarovich, Capital Lakes in lane 1. David Bartolo from Sydney Uni in 2. Luke Letcher from Black Mountain in 3. Sean Murphy from Mossman in 4. Red Matthews Mercantile in 5. Dara Elzara from UTS in 6. Sam Marsh Swan River in 7. Oscar Williams UTS in 8. And James Crouch from Banks in lane 9. Big names there.
There are some very big names there, John, and they all look fairly closely together as well. They are going to battling it out to make sure they get through into the final. I think it's Sam Marsh from Swan River. Looks to currently be in the lead, but the boys over the other side, David Bartholow and Alex Grzikowiak from Capital Lakes, also battling it out. It's very hard to call at the stage.
See the red singlet there from Capital Lake, from Black Mountain. That's Luke Letcher. Luke was in the men's 4 under 23 world champions. So one of the other big names out there at the moment.
So I think Alex over the far side is going to take this race. Followed, Alex, David Bartholow from Sydney Uni, followed by Luke Letcher from Black Mountain.
A good close finish. And second and third is going to be a real winner.
Ooh,
will it be 4?
Sean
will it be
Murphy
7?
has just taken it.
Yeah.
And followed by Sam Marsh from Swan River. So
I do have a photograph there for third and fourth, but we can confirm it was David Bartholow from Sydney Uni in first place, then Black Mountain's Luke Letcher in second, photograph for third and fourth. Winning time 7:08.03.
So just to give some background there, David Bartholow was 12th in the 2019 World Championships in the men's double scull. He was a member of the NTC last season and won the Rowing New South Wales Novice of the Year in 2015-2016 season. And we have the second heat coming down. This is the second heat of the men's elite single. In lane 1, we have Leon Chambers from Sydney University. In lane 2, we have Jackson Kench from Sydney. In lane 3, we have Kane Grant from Mercantile. In lane 4, Paddy Holt from UTS. In lane 5, Harry Glacken from Capital Lakes. In lane 6, Oliver Zeidler, rowing for Mossman. In lane 7, Peter Purcell-Gilpin from Sydney University, and in lane 8, Jason Waddell. So it looks like Oliver Zeidler has a clear lead at the moment. Whether he's playing with the other guys or not, we don't know. But he seems to be fairly closely followed by Paddy Holt from UTS.
But it's very good to have a current world championship on the water right in front of us.
Absolutely. And Paddy Holt was the Australian under-21 representative in 2018 and managed to pull a 2K erg of 5 minutes 56 as his personal best earlier this week. I hope he's left some in reserve.
Incidentally, we do have a result of the photograph from Heat 1, and that confirms Sean Murphy from Mossman in third place and Sam Marsh from Swan River in fourth.
And it's very interesting, you can see Ollie Zeidler there is an enormous man. He compared to the others, there's a lot of person coming down there in that boat.
And I would suggest doesn't look to be fully extended at the moment, I think.
No, he doesn't. Looking very comfortable, though. So I think it's going to be a battle for fourth. Over here we have in lane 7, Peter Purcell-Gilpin battling it out. No, but he's not going to make it. So fourth place will go to Leon Chambers from Sydney University. So first is Oliver Zeidler in lane 6. Second, lane 4, Paddy Holt from UTS. Third, Jackson Kench from Sydney. Fourth, Leon Chambers from Sydney University. The time in that race was 7 minutes 18.3. That, to me, is quite fast.
Very. Although it might be I have an idea it might be a little slower than the first heat. Interesting little comment, though. Oliver Zeidler, current world champion, rowing in the Mossman colours, but his blades carried those of Germany.
Ah. I didn't notice.
Yes, and of course Germany are the current world championships in the men's 8 as well.
But Paddy Holt was only 2.31 seconds behind him.
Yep. I think there was a bit in reserve, as I like to say.
It could well have been.
But we now move on to the women's elite pair, 14. Race 14 on the program. In lane 2, it's a Fremantle Mercantile composite. Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre. In lane 3, a commercial Tamar composite, Tamar from Tasmania, of course. Sienna Wilson and Jacinta Edmonds. Sydney University is in lane 4. Genevieve Horton, Gorgina Gotch. They're going to be a hard crew to beat. In lane 5, West Australian Swan River Composite, Charlotte Hill, Olivia Jones. In lane 6, West Australian University of Western Australia Composite, Bronwyn Cox and Georgina Patton. And in lane 7 from Sydney Uni, Kate Hunt and Jamie Ford.
And again, looks to be a fairly close race between, on the far side, Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre from the Fremantle Composite, and over this side, Bronwyn Cox and Georgia Patton, the West Australian University of WA Composite. But close in behind them there is Genevieve Horton and Georgia Cox from Sydney University. And I think they're going to be followed by the commercial composite.
Well, I think it's worth mentioning that 4 of these combinations are currently training out of the National Training Centre here on the banks of Nepean. The West Australian Swan River Composite is from the Western Australia Institute of Sport. Sydney University are a club crew only, but the big names in women's rowing in this heat on the water at the moment.
Ooh. And we have Bronwyn Cox and Georgia Patton from the West Australia Composite here really pushing hard and coming through in lane 6. But the first 4 to go through are clearly in ahead of the remaining 2. So that's lane 2, 6, 4 and 3. So Bronwyn Cox in the winning boat was in the Australian Women's 8 at the 2019 World Rowing Championships, won a silver medal.
There is a magnificent pedigree for those crews 4 across the line, all from the NTC. And we have a similar circumstance in the heat coming down at the moment. That's heat 2 of the women's elite pair. An Adelaide Hewen composite from all at the NCT.
No, that's
NTC.
been scratched, John.
They're scratched, are they?
Yes, we only have 4 in this race.
So that leaves us with the Adelaide Swan River composites, Lily Tinapple and Olympia Addersley, also at the National Training Centre. The Melbourne University and Banks composite, Rosie Popper and Lucy Stevens, again at the NTC. Sydney University's Karina Simpson and Kelly Drenth. And then in lane 7, a UTS Sydney composite, also NTC, Leah Saunders and Georgie Rowe. So great rowing history amongst these 2.
Oh, fantastic. Before the regatta, looking at the program and seeing that all these elite rowers out there, I asked Owen at Rowing New South Wales to provide me with a list of their credentials, and it's all happening so fast I'm unable to actually read it out. But what I'm seeing here is, particularly with these women, list of gold and silver medals, gold, silver and bronze medals at the 2017, 18 and 19 World Championships. So we're seeing our best rowers performing here today. Very exciting. I think the final is going to be a real scorcher, so to speak.
Well, looking at the leaders there at the moment, it's the, I think the Adelaide Swan River composite there of Lily Tinapple and Olympia Aldersley. Olympia, of course, represented Australia in 29 World Championships, won a gold medal. And Lucy Sederman recently returned from rowing at Stanford University, but she had previously represented Australia in the under-23 and Junior World Championships.
So first across the line is Rosie Poper and Lucy Stephan, the Melbourne Uni Composite. Have I got that correct?
Yes.
Lane 5.
Yep.
Second across was the Leah Saunders and Georgie Rowe from UTS in Sydney Rowing Club. Third, Lily Tinapple and Olympia Aldersey from the Adelaide Composite. And fourth, Karina Simpson and Kelly Drench from Sydney University. So the next race that looks to be coming through the 1,000 metre mark is a men's para single scull. They're all PR3. In lane 2 we have from Glebe, Kevin Wall. In lane 3 we have William Clifton from Drummoyne, coached by Kathleen Hextall. In lane 4 we have James Talbot from Sydney University, coached by Christopher Holliday. In lane 5 we have Ben Gibson from Sydney, coached by Franz Imfeld and Donovan Ketch. In lane 6 we have Stephen Lawler from Balmain, coached by Liam James and Anne Craig. And in lane 7 we have Sam Shaloub, coached by Anne Craig and Liam James from Balmain as well. And from what I can see in the distance there, it looks to be Ben Gibson from Sydney University in the lead at the moment. And I think he's going to be followed by James Talbot from Sydney University.
Might give a brief mention at this time, as we're getting near to the time of the program, that we do have some changes to the program and some consolidations. Race 19, 20, 21 and 22 have all been consolidated, and they will be rowed as finals a little later in the program. We'll give you more details, but race 19 and 20, that's heats 1 and 2 of the women's under 21 single scull, and then race 21 and 22, heats 2, 1 and 2 of the men's under 23 have been consolidated. They will, all 4 races, be rowed as a final later in the program.
So race 16 is the men's para single scull. Ben Gibson from Sydney Rowing Club seems to have a clear lead, looking very comfortable. Followed by James Talbot from Sydney University. And I think, if I may be so bold as to call it, it looks like William Clifton and Kevin Wall are certainly beating it out, battling it out over in lanes 2 and 3 for 3rd place.
This, of course, is a final, and there will be a presentation to follow this event, the para single scull, being rowed over 2,000 metres. No doubt of the leader at this stage of the race, as you mentioned earlier, It is Ben Gibson from Sydney Rowing Club, a very, very confident row at the moment, relatively high rating, but given the limitations of a PR3, moving the boat very nicely. The style is good, some good work in and out of the water, and he's rowing in lane 5, Sydney. Ben Gibson from Sydney Rowing Club. And quite a bit of clear water back into the next representative.
And Ben crossed the line there in 7 minutes 46.73. Oops, it looks like Kevin Wall has just flipped his boat and fallen in. How disappointing.
In the meantime, James Talbot, Sydney University, is crossed in second place. The umpire's boat obviously there now to provide assistance.
So third place will easily go to William Clifton from Drummoyne. Oh, that is disappointing for Kevin. Fourth place will be Sam Shaloub from Balmain. He's just coming into about 150 metre mark.
Well, the umpires are still attending down there to Kevin Wall from Glebe in lane 2 on the far side. The life-saving group, lifeguard group, is also now making their way there.
And they'd better, we hope they do it fairly quickly, because there's the next race is about to hit the 500 metre mark there, which is the first heat of the men's under 21 single scull. So again, the first 4 will go through to the final.
Sam Shaloub from Balmain just crossing the line at the moment, but might run through the field of the race coming down. It is Heat 1. Sean Byrne from Sydney University, Harry Furrer from Sydney, Elliot Simpson, Sydney University in 3, lane 4, Connor Hopkins from Mossman, Max Pearce from Sydney's in lane 5, in lane 6 from UTS it's Liam Glaken, in lane 7 Sydney University's Henry Ryan, and in lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club Thomas Galloway. And that of course is Heat 1 of the men's under 21 singles.
And I think it's going to be a battle for the certainly for third and fourth as to who goes through. There seems to be a clear lead at the moment from lane 5, which is Max Pearce from Sydney. Very hard to call the rest though, and he's, well, I said clear lead, he could be caught.
Just repeat, 1, 2, 3 and 4 direct to the A final. The rest will go to a B final. And we're looking pretty closely at a line across there with 4 scullers.
I called that wrong. It's not actually Max Pearce. It's Connor Hopkins from Mossman in lane 4. Over this side we have Thomas Galloway from Sydney, and in lane 8, and Liam Glacken from UTS in lane 6. And over the far side there, we have Henry Furrer from Sydney. So I think it's going to be those 4. But the Elliot Simpson from Sydney University is also pushing hard. So they all want to be in the final.
Oh, I love one of them. Thank you.
Okay, so it's going to be Connor Hopkins from Mossman in first place, The two Sydney boys are going to come second and third, so that's Henry Farrer over in lane 2 in second, and Thomas Galloway in lane 8 for third, and Liam Glacken from UTS in lane 4. So those will be the 4 that go through.
Yeah, they'll go through to the A final, and that's being raced later in the program as race 43. The remainder will compete in the final, a B final. That's race 42 later in our program.
And the time in that race was 7 minutes 43.59. Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah. Well, we have race 18, not underway yet, I don't think. It's heat 2 of the men's under 21 singles. Same to apply to the others, that is the 1, 2, 3 and 4, direct to the A final, the remainder to the B. And we'll run through the field a little later, but in the meantime, let's go down to the para single scull and the presentation by Margot Healy from CEO of Rowing New South Wales, and our medalist there representing Sydney Rowing Club, Ben Gibson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Ben, medalist, winner of the para single scull race 16. Well, let's go back to the race underway at the moment. You might run through the field there for us, Mark.
Yes. In lane 2, we have Sam Setter from Sydney University, coached by Christopher Holliday and Jack Hanley. In lane 3, Luca Roncolato, coached by Alex Field, David Galley and Hallie Chapman from UTS. In lane 4, we have Miles Devereaux, coached by Franz Imfield and Donovan Chech. I hope I'm saying that correctly, from Sydney. In lane 5, we have Lachlan Wilmot, again coached by Franz and Donovan from Sydney. In lane 6, we have Nicholas Miro, coached by Jack Hanley and Christopher Holliday from Sydney University. In lane 7, we have Lachlan Dunn, coached by Mark Featherston from St George. And in lane 8, we have Matt Smith, again coached by Jack Hanley and Christopher Holliday from Sydney University. So this will be, again, the first 4 through to the final. And it looks...
Might also just repeat, ladies and gentlemen, that the next race, race 19, that's 19, 20, 21 and 22, have been cancelled. They've been consolidated, and they'll be rowed as finals later in the program.
But because it seems we're running a bit behind time, there won't be much of a break at all, John. So the following race, race 23, which will be the men's under 19 single scull, is due to start at 9:51, and it's currently 9:46. So the current race 18, the men's under 21 single scull, heat 2 is through the 1,000 metres.
While this events coming down. That's race 18 on your program. Just a reminder about a big event coming up for Rowing New South Wales. This is the New South Wales Kings and Queens Cup Luncheon. Friday the 20th of March, dockside at Cockle Bay, a big event. We can acknowledge the achievement of our state team for 2019 and of course looking forward to interstate and national championships later in the season. Now, tickets are available. Get on the website, go to Rowing New South Wales, and you'll be able to get it. Now, I mentioned rowing achievements there. New South Wales had an extraordinarily successful interstate regatta, having won all 8 events. That's the men and women's eights in the senior and junior category, an event it's never ever been done before. So well done. A chance to acknowledge these gold medals at the New South Wales Kings and Queens Cup Luncheon on Friday the 20th of March.
So again, my picks aren't necessarily particularly good, but it seems to me that we have Miles Devereaux from Sydney over in lane 4 in the lead. But again, these boys are going to be battling it out for who goes through to the final. They look very close. Over here in lane 8, Matt Smith from Sydney University looks to be currently up there. 3rd and 4th is going to be very close, but Matt is also falling back behind as the others wind it up. The lead seems to be clearly Miles Devereaux from Sydney. And no, I'm not going to call the rest at this stage.
Whatever the rest may be, Mark, it's 1, 2 and 3 to proceed to the A final. The rest will go to the B final. That's races 43 and 42 in our program.
I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, John.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
What did I say?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, there's an extra one for good luck.
Okay, we're getting a clearer picture here now. Is lane 3, Miles Devereaux will take the lead on this. I think the other 3 through to the final are going to be Sam Setter, Luca Roncolato, and in lane 6, Nicholas Miro from Sydney University. But certainly Lachlan Wilmot was trying very hard to push through there. So that is lane Miles Devereaux from Sydney in a winning time of 7.46.81. Second was Luca Roncolato. Third was Sam Setter from Sydney University, and 4th, Nicholas Miro from Sydney University, and Lachlan Wilmot from Sydney and Matt Smith from Sydney University have missed out, and Lachlan Dunn from St George has just crossed the line.
So it means now that our next race will be race 23. Race, as I mentioned earlier, races 19, 20, 21 and 22 have been consolidated. They'll be rowed later in the program as finals. So our next race will be race 23, the men's under-19 singles. That's Heat 1. We're aware of one withdrawal at this stage, and that's Namkai Styanio from Sydney Rowing Club. But it leaves us with Miles Harrod from Nepean in lane 1, Jaden Ratley from Newcastle Grammar in 2, in 4 from Penrith, Bradley Moran, in lane 5, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Finley Moffat, In lane 6, Cranbrook's Mitchell Caponis. Lane 7 from Sydney, Michael Campbell. Lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Harry Brett. And lane 9 from Mossman, Tom Durans. That's heat 1 of the men's under-19 singles. And in this case, it's 1, 2, 3 and 4 direct to the final, which is race 64, and the remainder will be eliminated.
And the race is now underway. So we're back on time with the racing schedule.
This race, of course, being rowed over 2,000 metres, as indeed are the majority of our senior events. And talking events, pleased to announce that we do indeed have another partner to be able to thank, and that's Bont Rowing. They're our official live stream partner for this year, and they specialise in rowing shoes. And thank you very much for joining our team of supporters, Bont Rowing.
So race 23. The first heat of the men's under-19 single scull has just come through the 1,000 metre mark. And the first three look to be fairly closely bunched together. Now, although we should have 8 lanes, 8 rowers, I can only see 5 at the moment. So over the far side, we have Miles Harold in lane 1 from Nepean. Then there seems to be a gap. Jaden Routley, I don't see him from Newcastle Grammar. And we also seem to be missing Harry Brett from Newcastle Grammar and Tom Gerrans from Mossman. So again, there's going to be quite a battle for fourth and fifth place as to who goes through to the final. From where I'm sitting, it looks to be Mitchell Caponis from Cranbrook in lane 6 and closely followed by Bradley Moran from Penrith in lane 4, but we're about, they've just come through the 500 metre mark, so there's about 300 metres to go. And over on the far side, Miles Harold is holding there as well. Looks like there's a slight headwind has come up. So it's going to be Mitchell Caponis if he holds his own. From Cranbrook in the lead, followed by Bradley Moran from Penrith. All looking very comfortable because they have a clear lead. They know they're through into the final. And on the far side, Miles Harold from Nepean may miss out on third because we have Finley Moffat from Hunter Valley Grammar pushing hard to make sure he crosses the line in time. Yes, he's going to take it ahead of Miles Harold. And in 5th place, we have Michael Campbell from Sydney. So we're a few rowers missing in that race, John. The winning time, 8 minutes 16.37. So the next race coming up will be the second heat of the men's under-19 singles scull, but they haven't yet started.
And the same provision will apply as the Heat 1, that is the first 4 will go direct to the final, which is race 64, and the rest will be eliminated. But just running through the field there, in lane 1 from St George, Dylan Heel. In lane 2 from Sydney, Gabriel Carmody. In lane 3 for Glebe, Tate Van Heestmist. In lane 4 from Mossman, Jeremy Gategood. In lane 5, Newcastle Grammar, Matthew McDougall. Lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar, Ben Vickery. Lane 7, Newcastle Grammar, Kyle Riley. In lane 8 from Mossman, number 3, Oliver Thomas. And in lane 9, Mossman number 4, Kyle Brown. 2,000 metres, and the event, the men's under 19 single scull heat 2.
And we can see them on the screen lined up, ready to start. Again, I would mention all the boat holders down there are volunteers.
You mentioned volunteers there. We're always looking for volunteers. Rowing New South Wales would be delighted to hear from you. A volunteer in any capacity, driving a boat, commentating, just distributing bow numbers, timekeeping. So it's on the water, off the water, all those jobs essential to keep a regatta going. And the Rowing New South Wales would be delighted to hear from you. And on the subject of Rowing New South Wales, did you know that they issue a weekly e-newsletter to all Rowing New South Wales members? So, join Rowing New South Wales, become a member, and you can check to be up to date with all the latest news from Rowing New South Wales and indeed beyond. In fact, in the latest news, Mark, I was saddened to see 2 deaths announced recently of prominent rowing supporters, both from Leichhardt Rowing Club. So our sympathy goes to the club and to their family.
And it looks to be a slight headwind now starting to blow down the course, just to make it that little extra bit, little more difficult. I certainly hope it's calmed down for when I have my race. I'd prefer a tailwind myself.
Are you on today's schedule?
Yes.
What time,
lunch.
Mark?
One of the first races after lunch.
Oh, there we
The
so
Masters single.
Got to give you a big mention, do we?
No.
Why?
My fitness isn't quite there at the moment.
I can assure you it's better than mine, Mark. Much better. Talking about fitness, one of our regular commentators, Barry Moynihan, has had undergone some surgery prior to Christmas. Tried to speak to him this week, but no answer. I think he may be away. But we expect Barry to be back on deck in the very near future.
So the second heat of the men's under-19 single scull is coming up to the 1,000-metre mark. Unable to call it at the moment. And it looks to be the Mossman rower of Jeremy Gategood who's crossed the line, across the 1,000-metre line there first. Again, I think the real race is going to be for who gets that 4th place. It's So it looks like lanes 4 and 5 are out in the lead. So that's Jeremy Gategood from Mossman and Matthew McDougall from Newcastle Grammar. And they look to be coming through the 1500 metre mark now. And again, a bit hard to tell, but it looks like Matthew McDougall from Newcastle Grammar is in the lead, closely followed by Jeremy Gategood from Mossman.
Well, McDougall and Gategood, they've been in a prominent position, perhaps leaders for nearly all the race so far road, Mark.
Yes. Again, a real battle is going to be for 3rd, 4th and 5th, I think. And it looks like Gabriel Carmody, the Sydney rower, is going to over in lane 2. Is probably going to hold out for 3rd. And I have to put a call out, of course, for Tate Van Heemst from Glebe, who's battling it out with the, it looks like Ben Vickery from, Kyle Riley from Newcastle Grammar and Kyle Brown from Mossman over here in lane 9. So that's where the real battle is, to see who comes in 4th place to go through to the final.
I'm impressed with Ben Vickery's performance here. Hunter Valley Grammar in the centre of the field, lane 6. He has lifted his rating now. He was in front, but he's lifted it up now. There's a real challenge coming from Gategood beside him over there from Mossman.
And also Kyle Brown over here in lane 9 from Mossman is putting it hard too. Will it be between, I think it's going to be between him and Tate Van Heemst. Mossman might take it though.
But Ben Vickery is certainly a big boy, under 19, and another stroke will see him across the line. And there it is, close pushed by Jeremy Gategood from Mossman out of lane 4.
Gabriel Carmody from Sydney in lane 2. And Kyle Brown from Mossman in lane 4. Tate Van Heemst just missed out, came 5th.
So as we called it in that second heat of the under-19 singles, it was Vickery from Hunter Valley Grammar in 1st place, Gategood from Mossman in 2nd, Carmody Sydney in 3rd, and Brown from Mossman in 4th. Do we have a time there?
Yes, the time is 8 minutes 02.73. It's showing as a photo finish for 3rd and 4th.
Right.
But both of them will go through.
So that is 1, 2 and 3 direct to the final. The rest place getters are eliminated. So we're moving now to another heat. This is again from 2,000 metres. It's the women's under-19 single scull, and in this case it's only 1st and 2nd to the A final, with 3 and 4 going to a B final, and that's because there are 4 heats in this particular classification. So we have Caitlin McGannis-Barrett from Sydney in lane 1, Elizabeth Carter, Newcastle Grammar in 2, Madeline Varg, Capital Lakes in 3, Katrina Saravanis, UTS in 4, Claire Robinson from Penrith 5, Brianna Chapman from Abbotsford in 6. We have a scratching of Grace Chard. She rode earlier and had a win from Newcastle Grammar. But in lane 8, it's Ella Woodbank from MLC School. And in lane 9, Lily Gavin from Sydney Rowing Club.
And it looks like they have just crossed through or come through the 1,000 metre mark.
From past performance and looking at the field there, I've been impressed in recent races with Lily Gavin from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Check. I would think that as a prediction, she could well be the card to beat in this particular event. Heat 1 of the women's under-19 singles.
And I think from what I can see, John, she is in the lead over here in lane 9.
So it is, placings are critical, only 1 and 2 proceeding to the A final. 3 and 4 will go to a B final.
And I think it's going to be a close call for second and third and fourth place. Although it does look to be Madeline Vag from Capital Lakes currently ahead of the other two. But as we know, anything can happen. They're about 400 metres out at the moment.
And still it's a fairly confident lead by Sydney Rowing Club's Lily Gavin, Lily being on the grandstand side. And quite a bit of clear water back to whoever is going to be second and proceed to the A final. Now the second place is obviously going to be fought out on the southern side, the far side of the course, and probably it's Madeline Vag, as Mark mentioned earlier, probably leading the push there for a second qualifying place to the A final. But beside her, Elizabeth Carter from Newcastle Grammar is making a real effort, and I perceive moving up. So she's challenging for that second qualifying spot. But back to the leader, Sydney Rowing Club's Lily Gavin. Lily is led virtually all the way, has not let up. She's still got a relatively brisk rating there, but nice work, clean, controlled, and it's going to be a comfortable win if this keeps up for Lily Gavin from Sydney Rowing Club.
And I think Elizabeth Carter has just pulled ahead from Newcastle Grammar, so she will be coming in second. Third place is going to be Madeline Vag from Capital Lakes. And back to fourth place will be Katerina Savaronis from UTS. Lily Gavin looking across just to make sure she's clearly in the lead there. So that's Elizabeth Carter in second, followed by Madeline Vag in third, and fourth place Katerina Savaronis from UTS. Fifth place over in lane 1, Caitlin McManus-Barrett from Sydney. Sixth will be Ella Woolbank from MLC. And seventh in lane 5, Claire Robinson from Penrith. And there's also another rower way back there, Brianna Chapman from Abbotsford in lane 6. And the winning time there was 8 minutes 48.05.
We have a few scratchings for Heat 2, the race which is underway. They're beyond the 1,000-metre mark at the moment. Amy Georgia Barnett from Newcastle Grammar, scheduled to row 3, will not be there, nor will be Inez Kritzler from the MLC School from lane 6, or Michael Johnson from Glebe in lane 8. So that's only leaving us, I think, with 4 on the water at the moment. And I'd hazard a guess, and my guess could be that we're looking down there at Sydney's Sarah Abrams, probably in the lead at the moment. Sarah rowing out of lane 2, representing Sydney Rowing Club.
We actually have 5 there, John.
Do we?
Yeah.
Oh yes, there is one on the fast. Again, my ancient eyes.
Mine are not much better.
Oh, you picked up that one.
It looks like Sarah Abrams is going to be followed by Taylor Kerpiniotis from UTS, but anything could happen again, as they about 400 metres out at the moment, because Holly Baker from Hunter Valley Grammar is right up there as well, and she's going to be pushing Taylor Kerpiniotis fairly hard. Remember, it's only the first 2 through to the A final, then the 3rd and 4th through to the B final.
And placings are critical. It's only 1 and 2 direct to the A final, and then 3 and 4 will go to a B final. So it would appear that, with the exception of perhaps Michaela Hole from, Alice Carraro from Newcastle Grammar, the remainder will go to a final.
And the following race, the 3rd heat for the women's under-19 single scull, is just coming through the 1,000-metre mark. So there are 4 heats, I think.
Yes,
the
4
women's
heats,
under-19 single scull.
Just looking at the field at the moment, Sarah Abraham Sydney Rowing Club has led for a great deal of this race. I just got the impression she's eased off a little at the moment, so it means that Taylor Kerpiniotis from UTS is moving there. She'll have to move pretty quickly there to catch Sarah for first place, but they look like the 2 to proceed to the A final.
Conserving energy, I would suggest, John.
Yes. Yes, Sarah Abraham, just looking now, keeping an eye on things. Bit of an effort from Taylor Kerpiniotis from UTS. So there's 1st and 2nd across the line. They'll go to the A final.
And to the B final will be Holly Baker from Hunter Valley Grammar coming in 3rd. And 4th will be Michaela Hole from Nepean. The winning time there, 9 minutes 26.84, which reflects the fairly cruising nature of Sarah out there in the front.
Yes, and I think Sarah had a lot more there to give had it been necessary.
So heat 3 of the women's under-19 single scull currently coming down the course, about to pass through the 1,500 metre mark. In lane 2 we have Lily Smith from MLC. In lane 3 Grace Cipher from Sydney. In lane 4 Rosie Charge from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 5 Sarah Fard from UTS. In lane 6 Zoe Reid from Glebe. In lane 7, Harriet Wallace from ANU. And in lane 8, Eddie Brown from Nepean.
Just a message from the Regatta Secretary. Races are running now according to Regatta timetable time, so all competitors should be prepared to race their event at the scheduled time in the program.
And it looks again to be Sydney clearly in the lead. Well, not necessarily clearly, but in the lead, Grace Cypher from Sydney over there in lane 3. And followed by Sarah Fard from UTS in lane 5. Bit hard to call the next, but it looks to be Harriet Wallace from ANU in lane 7. And Zoe Reid from Glebe in lane 6 will be 3rd and 4th. So again, it's the first two through to the A final and 3rd and 4th through to the B final. I think Harriet Wallace from ANU is clearly going to come 3rd, but Eddie Brown from Nepean, I thought she was going to give Zoe Reid from Glebe a bit of a push there, but Zoe seems to be holding her own at this stage. Nice rowing from Grace Cypher out there in the lead from Sydney. And you can see Sarah Fard from UTS looks to be just cruising comfortably there in 2nd place. So the unofficial time there, 8 minutes 48.58, quite a bit faster than the previous heat. Sarah Fard from UTS just crossed the line in 2nd. Harriet Wallace from ANU is going to cross in 3rd. And Zoe Reid from Glebe will be in 4th place. 5th, Eddie Brown from Nepean. And 6th across the way there over in lane 4 will be Rosie Charge.
Mark, a very creditable performance from Sydney Rowing Club in this event. 3 heats rowed so far, 3 first places from Sydney Rowing Club.
Yes.
So that means they're going to have 3 at minimum in the final. I noticed, unfortunately for them, there are scratching in the next event, the 4th heat, where Charlotte Risby has withdrawn. So they will have 3 in the final. That's a good effort.
Yeah. And I'm sure we were calling Eddie Brown from Nepean a little bit earlier in the day. So
yes, she rode earlier, yes.
You know, it's a very good effort. 2,000 metre races.
Yes. Well, Heat 4 is about to come down, of course. And again, the same qualification, 1 and 2 to the A final, 3 and 4 B final. The lineup is Laura Gooley from UTS in lane 2. In lane 3 from Glebe, Antonia Hendricks. In lane 4, Newcastle Grammar, Isabella Oakley. In lane 5, Sydney University, Zara Collison. In lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar, Erin Coburn. Sydney is scratched from 7, leaving lane 8 from Penrith, Lila Anderton. That's the 4th and final heat in the women's under-19 single scull.
So the fourth heat of the women's under-19 single scull looks to be about to come through the 1,000-metre mark. And the next two races after this will be the men's under 16 single scull final, race 29, and the women's under 16 single final. And we can see them getting themselves organised up at the 1,000-metre mark, the under 16 1,000-metre races. And at the moment it looks like it's lane 5 out in the lead, which will be Zara Collinson from Sydney University. Taking a gamble calling it at this stage though. So again, this one is only the first two through to the A final, and third and fourth through to the B final. I think the battle in this one is going to be for third place, but it does look to me to be Isabella Oakley from Newcastle Grammar coming second, but very hard to tell if it could also be in lane 8, Lila Anderton from Penrith. But over there in lane 6, Erin Cobain from Hunter Valley Grammar has room to move and push through as well.
I think it's a good battle, as you suggested, between Isabella Oakley, Newcastle Grammar in the centre of the field, over to Lila Anderton from Penrith. I think the better goes to the Newcastle Grammar in the centre of the field, but I'm looking at Lila Anderton from Penrith. She's just lifted up her rating a little, and she's obviously aiming to qualify 1 and 2 only, direct to the final. But there's real competition coming from Antonia Hendricks from Glebe out there at all. So no doubt about number 1 as they emerge closer to the line. The real battle is for second place.
And for fourth place, John. It's certainly Antonia is now starting to push harder. Currently she seems to be 5th, but she needs to catch Erin Cobain from Hunter Valley Grammar to qualify. I should restrain myself, but come on, Antonia.
Your club coming to the fore, are they? Yes.
So Zara Collinson from Sydney University has a clear lead.
Yes.
And is not exactly working hard, I would suggest, to hold that lead.
Yeah, from a distance I was confusing her with Erin Coban earlier, but Zara Collinson, Sydney University, a comfortable lead, and even if she's challenged, I suggest there's a lot in reserve there.
And she's going to be followed by Isabella Oakley from Newcastle Grammar, also looking fairly comfortable, not working too hard. Lila Anderton from Penrith is going to take third place, and the battle here is between Antonia Hendricks from Glebe and Erin Cockbain from Hunter Valley Grammar, but it looks to be Antonia could be out there, but come on, Antonia. No bias.
No, none at all, Mark. Yes.
Yes, I think Antonia is going to comfortably come in fourth. Followed by Erin Cobain from Hunter Valley Grammar.
So I don't think there's any doubt about the process or progress to the A final. It will be Zara Collinson from Sydney Uni and Isabella Oakley from Newcastle Grammar, leaving the B finalists to be Lila Adderton from Penrith and Antonia Hendricks from Glebe.
And it looks like the race 29, the men's under 16 single scull final is underway. In lane 1 we have Alexander McDougall from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 2 Ben Riley from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 3 Treffin Stamboli from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 4 Patrick Stanley from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 5 Kaylin Routley from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 6 Alex Quick from Glebe. In lane 7 Lachlan Fraser from Mossman. And in lane 8, Hudson Walker from Hunter Valley Grammar. So apart from the Glebe and Mossman rowers, the others are all from the Hunter.
Very good effort from the Hunter Valley, and the same applies to the next race as well. As a significant Hunter Valley representation. In fact, I might mention the next race, race 30, is already on the water and underway, only a few hundred metres behind the men's under 16 singles. The women's under 16 final is there as well.
And again, I don't like to call it too early, but the battle looks to be between lane 3, Treffin Stromboli, lane 1, Alexander McDougall, and lane 5 with Kaylin Routley. I suspect Kaylin is currently in the lead, but they're just about to come into the 250 metre boys. Treffin Stamboli is certainly increasing his pace there. Kaylin Routley is working harder to hold him off. And over here, the Mossman rower, Lachlan Fraser in lane 7, is also going to put up a battle to come for third place with Alexander McDougall over in lane 1.
Just as a matter of interest for those not familiar with rowing, the lane allocations for a final are usually made on the basis of times rowed in the heats, with the fastest going to the centre of the field, and that's certainly indicative of the leaders in the race, which is near the finishing line now.
with Kaylin Routley certainly upping the pace there to make sure he has a comfortable lead in lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar. Second place will go to Treffin Stamboli from Hunter Valley Grammar. Third place will go to Alexander McDougall from Newcastle Grammar. And fourth place to Mossman, Lachlan Fraser. Fifth place to Patrick Stanley from Newcastle Grammar. Sixth place could be a photo, but I would call it as Hudson Walker from Hunter Valley Grammar. Seventh place, Alex Quick from Glebe. And eighth over in lane 2, Ben Riley from Newcastle Grammar.
And the time for that race, Mark?
4 minutes, 4.01.12, which is pretty fast for under 16.
Very good indeed. Over 1,000 metres, of course. Now, just a reminder, that was the final, so there will be a presentation. So we'd ask Kaylin Routley, being the winner of that race, to move over to the podium in ready to receive his medal. We do go back to another final, the women's under 16 singles. Sydney represented by Freya Carmody in lane 1, Hunter Valley in lane 2, Arabella Blomfield in 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Myers, 4 Newcastle Grammar's Grace Charge, 5 UTS Claudia Horrell, lane 6 from Glebe, Sophia Miller, lane 7 St Paul's Grammar, Charlotte Murray, and the Sydney Rowing Club on lane 8, Sophie Brennan.
And from what I can see at the moment, it looks like Sophia Miller is in the lead, battling it out with Claudia Horrell from UTS. But right up there also is lane 3, which is Ava Myers from Newcastle Grammar. And giving a good push over in the far side is Freya Carmody from Sydney. Again, I'm trying to restrain myself, John, but come on, Sophia.
It's good to see the Glebe colours out here in some numbers today, Mark. You must be pleased.
We're very pleased, particularly with our younger rowers, our juniors. We've increased the number of them quite significantly, and fantastic coaching. Brad Smith, Milan Parker, a range of other coaches.
Yeah, you mentioned Freya Carmody from Sydney in lane 1. She's really lifted her effort at the moment. You can see that rating come up, the shoulders lift, the work's going in, and she's come through from about 4th or 5th place to be a real contender for the gold medal.
And Ava Meyer, they're all really pushing hard, but I think we're going to be Sophia Miller is going to hold her off here in lane 6. Come on, Sophia, keep it going. No Glebe bias here.
None at all. Yes. That'd be a good row by Sophia Miller.
Great row by Sophia Miller. So she takes out the winner, followed by Freya Carmody over in lane 1, followed by Claudia Horrell from UTS in lane 5. Ava Myers in lane 3 came 4th. Grace Charge from Newcastle Grammar, 5th. 6th, Arabella Blomfield, and 7th here in lane 8, Sophie Brennan from Sydney. And although this is under 16, the inside information is, I think Sophia's only 13, just turned 14.
Is she? Did she come from a rowing school, do you know? Or?
I'm not quite sure of that background, but ably coached by Milan Parker.
Yeah, but for a 13-year-old,
yes,
a very nice row indeed.
Absolutely.
We're looking at another final now, and just a reminder that we'd like the winners of these finals to come to the pontoon at the conclusion of their race for presentation.
And we don't have a time for that race. But what I can tell you is I was out training earlier in the week, and Milan had Sophia doing 500 metre sprints, and I did one or two to let her pace me, trying hard to keep up.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we go for our next presentation, and this will be for the winner of race 29, the men's under 16 single scull, and the winner representing Newcastle Grammar School, Kaylin Routley. Kaylin coached by Amos Noon. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our winner, Kaylin, for the men's under 16 single scull.
Sophia's rowing off, so perhaps we might get a presentation a little bit later.
Thank you.
Race 50.
Just a reminder to all clubs, to all club representatives and competitors, we'd like you to return your bow numbers as soon as practicable after the conclusion of your race. Been very good this morning, I'm told by our clerks, our shufflers of bow numbers there. They're coming back well. Please keep it up. It's essential they come back very quickly.
So the next race, race 31, is going to be the men's under 17 single scull final, a 2,000 metre race. In lane 1, we have Hugh Harold from Nepean. In lane 2, we have Cooper Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 3, Bo Nicholas from Mossman. In lane 4, Fergus Pullen from UTS. In lane 5, Joshua Wilson from Mossman. In lane 6, Oliver St. Pierre from Mossman. In lane 7, Benjamin Hudson from Hunter Valley Grammar. And in lane 8, Alex Baum from Mossman. So we have 4 Mossman rowers here, 2 Hunter Valley Grammar, and 1 from Nepean and 1 from UTS.
Mark, just as a note, we would normally at this stage be hopefully having a presentation for the race just concluded. Sophie is not there, she's taken a boat back. And for those not familiar with rowing, it's often necessary to take your boat back for someone else to use it, or for you to row in another crew with a very short time span. But hopefully Sophie will be back for her presentation later in the program.
So race 31, the men's under 17 single scull final is underway.
And just as a comment in the race coming down, an excellent representation from Mossman Rowing Club there, with 4 scullers, all coached by Judith Ungermark, very much associated with the rowing fraternity in the Northern Beaches area. So well done, Mossman.
And Ollie Ziegler's aunt, we understand.
Yes.
Our resident world champion.
World champion. Yes, it's good to see.
He must be Australian. Racing in German colours.
Yeah, with the coloured blades. I dare say, probably looking forward to the Olympics coming up shortly.
Well, from what I can see on the screen, there's a clear leader, and the rest of them are fairly close, so it's going to be a tight race. I mean, when you look at the heats, John, these boys were all very competitive, so this, I think, it's going to be a very interesting finish.
Just looking ahead a couple of races, Mark, looking at the men's elite pair, and a number of those very prominent rowing names jump out of the program at you. So it's going to be an excellent race, I would think.
Yes, in the elite pair we have Torben Ungemark, who placed 9th in the 2019 World Junior Rowing Championships. Daniel Samus, who also placed 9th in the World Rowing Junior Championships. Hamish Henriquez, who was in the junior men's double at the 2019 World Junior Championships, won gold medal. Riley Reese-Turner, the junior men's coxless 4, placed 9th at the World Rowing Junior Championships. Marcus Britt, again, I'm not quite sure what B, M4. In the coxless 4 World Rowing Championships, under 23, placed 9th. In 2015 won the GPS Head of the River with St Joseph for the first time in 42 years. Will O'Shannessy placed 9th in the Cox's 4, the World Rowing Championships under 23. Alexander Wolf placed 6th at the World Rowing under 23 Championships in the 8. And Ben Canham won a gold medal in the Coxed 4 at the World Rowing under 23 Championships. Some fantastic credentials.
Even more when we look to the following race after that, which is the final of the women's elite pair. All but 2 of the finalists are all representatives of the National Training Centre, and they're weighed down by international gold medals. A very, very good race that's going to be.
Very impressive. So the men's under 17 single scull, the final race 31 is now at about the 750 metres to go, I would say. Actually, they're just about to come through the 1500 metre mark. Very hard to see who's in the lead, but it looks to me to be between lanes 6 and 5.
Both from Mossman, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson. From the centre of the field, I think they're doing very, very well indeed. And both, of course, first and second place at this stage, coached by, as we mentioned, Judith Ungemark. But yes, I agree with you, Mark, there. It would be, I think, Oliver St. Pierre, Mossman, lane 6, leading Joshua Wilson, lane 5, also from Mossman. A typical arrowhead formation, which is not unusual in the final, given the way that the lane allocation is given and the best times in the heats are usually allocated to the middle lanes.
And they are followed by Fergus Pullen over in lane 4 from UTS. But it's going to be hard to work out who comes in 3rd and 4th. It looks like it's going to be between Hugh Harold over in lane 1 and Bo Nicholas in lane 3 from Mossman.
Well, I'm interested to the 2 leaders, both from Mossman, really not giving up. Their racing has not relaxed at all. Their effort is right there, and it's certainly also coming from Fergus Pullen from UTS beside them in lane 4. That looks to me like the 3 placings at the moment. Pullen trying very hard to break up the leeway from St. Pierre and Wilson, but they're keeping their effort right there. It's a good race, a very good race indeed. Joshua Wilson edging slightly up on Oliver St. Pierre, his club mate. It's a very slightly. So what's going to happen over the next 120 metres?
I think Oliver's going to hold him off, but it's certainly 2 different rowing styles there too, which is interesting. Oliver's certainly up the pace, as they both have.
Gee, this
But
is a great race.
It is.
It's Oliver now. Real effort over these last 3 strokes and he's over.
Spending
What
a lot of
great
time
race.
looking to make sure that he was ahead of Joshua Wilson there. 3rd place to Fergus Pullen from UTS. 4th will be Hugh Harold from Nepean. 5th will be Bo Nicholas from Mossman. 6th will be Cooper Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar. 7th, Alex Baum from Mossman. And just coming through, Benjamin Hudson from Hunter Valley Grammar. What a great race.
A brilliant race. Very good. Perhaps our next one will be, that's race 32, underway at the moment. The final of the women's under 17 single scull. Sarah Beracci from Nepean in lane 1. In lane 2 from St. Paul's Grammar, Madison joins. Lane 3 from Sydney, Taliesin Driver. In lane 4 from Capital Lakes, Alenka Moran. In lane 5 from UTS, Amelia Cooper. In lane 6 from Sydney, Elizabeth Holthire. In lane 7, Newcastle Grammar's Amy Ajoya Barnett. In lane 7 from Mossman, Grace Burke.
And although they're a long way off, it looks to me that the race is currently between Elizabeth Holthauer from Sydney and Alenka Moran from Capital Lakes.
They competed in the heat very well. It was a very dominant performance by Elizabeth Holthaus, but we wait and see what happens in this final.
Ooh, bit hard to tell, but it looks to me like Alenka Moran from Capital Lakes is probably out in the lead. Elizabeth Hothauer from Sydney looks to be, I don't think she's dropping back, but I think what's happening is Amelia Cooper from UTS has decided to up the pace and pushing through the middle there.
It's going to be a very good race. It's shaping up that way. I think the early leader, Elizabeth Holthauser, has perhaps, as you said, given a little space now to Alenka Moran from Capital Lakes. But Amelia Cooper in between them is right there.
Yes, they're about to come into the, about 300 metres out. And it's certainly going to be a battle for first, second, and potentially third, depending on what reserves Amelia Cooper has there from UTS. But it looks to me like Alenka Moran from Capital Lakes is in the lead.
Might mention at this stage too that the next race, the men's elite pair, is already on the course. The race is underway, so they're coming hot on the heels of this final of the women's under 17 singles.
Yes, Alenka Moran from Capital Lakes has a clear lead here. She just needs to hold on to it, but the interesting one is Amelia Cooper from UTS is really pushing hard to try to demolish Elizabeth Holthauer for second place. But I think Elizabeth is probably going to hold her off. I'm sure Elizabeth's working very hard, but she does look very relaxed. Yes, it's going to be clearly Alinka Moran from Capital Lakes is going to win this in lane 4. Second will be Elizabeth Holthauer from Sydney in lane 6, and third Amelia Cooper from UTS in lane 5.
Well, let's take the opportunity of going down to our next presentation. We're focused on the podium. We're looking now at race 31, the men's under 17 single scull, and our gold medalist representing Mossman Rowing Club, Olivia St. Pierre. So congratulations, Olivia, coached by Judith Ungemark. Good effort.
And the elite men's pair race is coming down very close. They're a bit, the leaders are just crossing the 1750 line, and it seems to be Sydney University of Marcus Britt and Will O'Shaughnessy from Sydney University. I maybe said something wrong. So the crew from Sydney University in lane 6 of Marcus Britt and Will O'Shaughnessy are the clear leaders here. It's a battle for second place. Oh no, I think second place is fairly clearly Alexander Wolf and Benjamin Canham from Mercantile. And they are just holding off the Mossman crew of Torben Ungemark and Daniel Samus in third place. Fourth will be the Swan River Composite of Hamish Enriquez and Riley Reese-Turner. Fifth is the Swan River Cameron Glover and Miles McQuillan. And sixth will be the Sydney crew of Patrick Graham and Max Brenner.
And do we have a time for that
The winning time there is 6 minutes 52.6.
That's a good time indeed. So the winners there from Sydney University, Marcus Britt and Will O'Shaughnessy. We might mention too that the next scheduled race was 34. That's been cancelled, and we're now moving into a combined composite race there, race 35, the women's elite pair final. That's the A final. And just running through the lineup there, and this is a star-studded lineup. In lane 2, a commercial Tamar composite, Sienna Wilson and Jacinta Edwards. In lane 2, Adelaide Swan River composite, Lily Tinnapel, Olympia Ersley. In lane 3, a West Australian and University of West Australian composite, Bronwyn Cox, Georgina Patton. In lane 14, Melbourne Uni and Banks composite, Rosie Popper, Lucy Stefan. In lane 5, Fremantle and Mercantile Composite, Jess Morrison, Annabelle McIntyre. In lane 6, UTS and Sydney Composite, Leah Saunders and Georgie Rowe. In lane 7, Sydney University, Genevieve Horton and Georgia Gotch. And in lanes 8 and 9, Sydney University, represented by Katrina Wilson, Kelly Dent, Kate Hunt and Jamie Ford. Now, most of those, with the exception of the Sydney University Club crews, are all representatives from the National Training Centre. They all represent Australia and have superb rowing records, so this is going to be a really good race. The women, is it? Right. Well, we're looking now at our next presentation, and this is race 32. It's the women's under-17 single scull final, representing the Capital Lakes from the ACT, Alenka Moran. Alenka coached by Renee Domensky. So congratulations, Alenka. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge our gold medalist for the under-17 women's single scull.
And race 34, the women's elite pair coming down the course, looks to be very close. A great battle going on here. From what I can see, it looks to be lane 5 in the lead, which is the Fremantle Composite of Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre. And right up there is lane 4, the Melbourne Uni Composite of Rosie Popper and Lucy Stephan. And over here in lane 6, fairly close on their heels and too close to call at this stage, but Leah Saunders and Georgie Rowe, the UTS Composite. And in lane 7, Genevieve Horton and Georgina Gotch from Sydney University are really putting the power on now. It could be anyone. I think there's a clear leader there with the Fremantle Composite, but it's going to be very hard to call at this stage second, third and fourth. Some great racing going on here.
And it's not unforecast to suggest that these women on this course at the moment are all going to, from the NTC, will all be representing Australia at the Olympics or very close to it in the near future. Acknowledge the 2 Sydney University Club crews in lanes 8 and 9. They're up against some very tough composition.
So Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre from Fremantle have taken that out in 7 minutes 20, followed by the Melbourne Uni Composite of Rosie Popper and Lucy Stephan. You can hear the hooter going bang, bang, bang as the photo finish for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. A very close race there.
And do we have a time there, Mike?
7 minutes 20.18.
Sorry, having trouble hearing.
Yes, because I...
Ladies and gentlemen, we said we'd catch up, and we are. This is the presentation for race 30, the final of the women's under-16 single scull, and our gold medalist representing Glebe Rowing Club, Sophie Miller. and Sophie coached by Milan Parker. Well done, Sophie. Winner of the women's under-16 single scull.
And we have race 36, the men's elite lightweight pair, just coming down the course. There are only 3 boats. So in lane 3 we have the Waldersea brothers, Peter and James from UTS, who look to me to be holding off Sydney. In lane 5, Alexander Picalis and Christopher McCarthy, and followed by over here in lane 6, Lachlan Zidgita and Guy Velick from Banks. It's great to see these rowers coming from all over the country.
Yes, I mentioned earlier, we're very pleased to have such a big representation from interstate clubs at this small regatta for 2020, small boat regatta. That is.
So the Waldersea brothers, they're working hard to hold off the Sydney crew, but I think they have it fairly comfortably. And they've now crossed the line with a time of 7 minutes 16.99, followed by, so that's the Waldersea brothers from UTS, followed by Picalis and McCarthy from Sydney, and the Banks rowers of Zidgita and Velick from Banks Rowing Club.
Just to comment on the race prior to that, the very, very good race from the women's elite pair. Their time, winning time, 7:20.18. It's only a second outside what's regarded as the gold time.
Wow.
So this is heralding very, very well for international competition in the coming months. Very good time indeed.
Absolutely, and when the breeze is there, I would say it's a slight headwind. So, very good rowing today at the elite level. And the next race coming down now is race 37, which is the men's elite single scull B final. So in lane 2 we have James Crouch from Banks Rowing Club. In lane 3, Kane Grant from Mercantile. In lane 4, Dara Alizada from UTS. In lane 5, Peter Purcell Gilpin from Sydney University. In lane 6, Red Matthews from Mercantile. In lane 7, Capital Lakes, Harry Glacken. And in lane 8, Jason Waddell from Nepean, coached by Daniel Waddell. Waddell's certainly out in force today. So again, it looks to be a fairly close race. From where I'm sitting, it looks to be Red Matthews from Mercantile in the lead with, and very closely, well no, we seem to be missing a few lanes here.
Yeah, we're minus a few. We're scheduled originally to have 7 starters. I can only pick up 5 down there at the moment. So
yes,
we're certainly missing a few.
So it's actually between, it seems, Dara Alizada from UTS and Red Matthews from Mercantile. So Dara is in lane 4 and Red is in lane 6. It's going to be close for 3rd and 4th as well, but I would suggest that Peter Purcell Gilpin from Sydney in lane 5 is going to, I was going to say going to be in 3rd, but the Banks rower over on the far side is certainly putting in a lot of effort. And it's going to be close for first and second here, John. I think Dara from UTS is pulling into the lead. They're in the last 250 now. So the men's elite single scull B final is just about to finish, about 50 metres to go. And Dara Aliza Day from UTS is taking a clear win, followed by Red Matthews from Mercantile. Peter Purcell Gilpin from Sydney University is going to be third, and fourth place to James Crouch from Banks, and Kane Grant from Mercantile is following through shortly.
Well, let's now move back to our podium, and we're looking for our next presentation, and this will be for race 36, the men's elite lightweight pair. And the winners of the men's elite lightweight pair representing UTS, the Waldersea crew of Peter and James Waldersea, the crew coached by Alex Field, David Gilly and Hallie Chapman. So well done the Walderseas and UTS, men's elite lightweight pair.
And the big race of the day, the men's elite single scull, A final, race 38, where our local boys are going to see if they can beat Oliver Zeidler, the current world champion, who's rowing for Mossman. He's in lane 4. Lane 1, we have Sam Marsh from Swan River. Lane 2, Jackson Kench from Sydney. Lane 3, Luke Letcher from Black Mountain. Lane 4, Oliver Zeidler from Mossman. Lane 5, David Barthelot from Sydney University. Lane 6, Paddy Holt from UTS. Lane 7, Sean Murphy from Mossman. And Lane 8, Leon Chambers from Sydney University.
And I think it's fair to say, Mark, that we do have another family combination here out of Lane 4, Oliver Zeidler from Mossman, coached by the Ugamark pair of Matthias and Judith. They're all part of the one family, I understand.
Apparently. And he seems to be in the lead, but not by a long shot. And David Barthelot from Sydney University is certainly up the rating here. They're in the last 250 metres. He's not far behind. On the other side of him, Luke Letcher from Black Mountain is also holding his own. It's going to be close for second place. On the far side there, we have Sam Marsh from Swan River, working very hard to try and keep up. The over here at UTS, Paddy Holt Paddy Holt and Sean Murphy from Mossman are battling it out, along with Leon Chambers from Sydney University. But Oliver Zeidler is going to take this from rowing for Mossman today. And he's right close behind him is David Barthelot from Sydney University. Luke Letcher from Black Mountain coming in third. Paddy Holt from UTS in fourth. Leon Chambers from Sydney University in fifth. Sam Marsh from Swan River in sixth. Sean Murphy from Mossman. And Jason Kench from Sydney. The winning time there is 7 minutes 14.76.
No, I take that one, never mind. Thank you. Well, that elite single scull was a very, very good race, and time 7:14.76, a good time. But Oliver Ziegler, the winner, is the current world gold medalist, I might say, and a very good effort by David Berthelot, Sydney Uni, and Luke Letcher from Black Mountain to be right on his hammer. A good race indeed.
Yes, David Barthelot only 1.97 seconds behind.
Well, the next race is the Women's Elite Single Scull, race 39 on your program. We're aware of a couple of scratchings, Kate Rowan from Sydney University and Lizzie Trelaw from Sydney University, as well as Emma Fessy from UTS. So let's have a look at the lineup. In lane 1 from Sydney Uni, Tara Rigney. Lane 2, Capital Lakes, Clara Jazavnovic. In lane 3 from Mercantile, Katrina Bateman. In lane 4, Sydney University, Fiona Ewing. In lane 6 from Nepean, Sienna Grady. In lane 8 from Sydney University, Rowena Meredith.
And at the moment, it looks to be Rowena Meredith over here in lane 8 from Sydney University. And is it lane 5, I think? Fiona Ewing from Sydney University, battling it out. But again, too early to call it because the over there in lanes 1 and 2, Tara Rigney in lane 1 from Sydney University and Cara Grzykowiak from Capital Lakes in the running. But I think Rowena Meredith from Sydney University in lane 8 has a clear lead at the moment as they come into the final 250 metres. It's certainly going to be close for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Although Fiona Ewing from Sydney University has just taken it up and seems to be pulling away from the other two. I suspect we might have Sydney University coming 1, 2 and 3 in this race, John.
It looks very much like it. A very good effort by Sydney University Boat Club.
So Rowena Meredith rowing beautifully here in lane 8. Just taking it up a little bit more to make sure she holds on to that lead and finish. We can see Fiona Ewing over there in lane 4 pushing hard as well.
And an effort coming from Tara Rigney University on the far side. So this is going to be an excellent race. I'm looking at Fiona Ewing moving right up here.
She certainly
overcoming the Rowena Meredith's long-term lead. Going to be a good race. A very good race indeed. Sydney University dominant. It will be 1, 2 and 3, but put in order, and it is Rowena Meredith in lane 1 and in worst place. Then we have Fiona Ewing in 2nd place and Sydney University, Tara Rigney on the far side in 3rd place. So that was the women's elite single scull and a clean sweep of 1, 2, 3 by Sydney University Boat Club.
And the next race coming down the course, race 40, is the men's under 19 double scull. From in lane 2 from Cranbrook, we have Mitchell Caponis and Will Begg. Mitchell won a race just earlier. In lane 3, we have Gabriel Carmody and Michael Campbell from Sydney. In lane 4, we have Kyle Riley and Jaden Routley from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 5, Finley Moffat and Ben Vickery from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 6, from Mossman, Jeremy Gategood and Tom Gerrans. And in lane 7, Matthew McDougall and Harry Brent from Newcastle Grammar. And they are just passing through the 1500 metre mark at this stage. And again, it looks fairly close. I would hazard a guess that we have Newcastle Grammar, Kyle Rayleigh and Jaden Routley. No, sorry. Finley Moffat and Ben Vickery from Hunter Valley Grammar. No, I've got that wrong again.
I think it's the Mossman combination of Jeremy Gategood and Tom Gerrans.
I think it's over there in lane 4, Kyle Riley and Jaden Routley. But it's going to be close. And over there in lane 2, the boys from Cranbrook are also in the running for, pushing very hard to try and get up there. So they're about 400 metres out at the moment. So it looks to be Kyle Riley and Jaden Routley are working hard from Newcastle Grammar to hold off the Mossman crew of Gategood and Gerrans and the Cranbrook crew of Caponis and Begg.
Well, that's definitely 1, 2 and 3 at this stage. I would think that the Newcastle Grammar combination there in the centre probably have enough stamina to hold off any channels. In fact, they're lifting their rating as I speak and warding off any challenge that could come from either the Mossman combination or the Cranbrook group on the far side. So it will be Newcastle Grammar School, Kyle Riley, Jason Routley. Unless they sink in the next 40 metres, they will be the winners.
And followed by Mossman of Jeremy Gategood, Tom Gerrans. And in third place, the Cranbrook crew of Mitchell Caponis and Will Begg. Fourth will be the Sydney crew of Gabriel Carmody and Michael Campbell. Fifth, Matthew McDougall and Harry Brett from Newcastle Grammar. And in sixth place, Hunter Valley Grammar, Finley Moffat and Ben Vickery. And the winning time there, 7 minutes 25.12.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have no crews coming down the course at the moment as far as I can see, so we might look at our next presentation. Are we ready for that? Well, we've just got our next race underway, but there is 2,000 metres yet to row, so we'll go back down to the podium. And ladies and gentlemen, we're now looking at our presentation for race 39. This is the women's elite single scull, a queen sweep, Sydney University Boat Club 1, 2 and 3. But our gold medalist representing Sydney University Boat Club, Rowena Meredith. Congratulations, Meredith, Rowena, and Coach Donald McLaughlin. So Rowena Meredith, gold medalist, women's elite single scull. Well, it's while in 1,000 metres to go. Let's look now at our next presentation. This is race 40, the men's under-19 double scull. And the winners representing Newcastle Grammar School, Kyle Riley and Jaden Routley. Well done, Hunter Valley Grammar. It's good to see so many representatives from out of the metropolitan area today, and particularly a very good representation from the Newcastle Hunter Valley area. Well done. Men's under-19 double scull.
And although it's a bit too early to call it, John, the women's under-19 double scull looks to have a good arrowhead formation as they come down the course. So that would be lane 5 seems to have a clear lead from this distance. That's Lily Gavin and Grace Cipher from Sydney. Very difficult to call any of the others though at this stage.
The breeze is a little fluky, but our rowing conditions remained very, very good. We did have a slight headwind at one side, a slight tailwind, and even a slight cross breeze, but at the moment it's, well, almost perfect.
And it looks like there's a clear lead in this race. Again, Lily Gavin and Grace Cipher from Sydney. But the next placings look like they're going to be fairly close.
Yeah, certainly I'd have to agree. It's the Gavin Cipher combination from Sydney Rowing Club right in the centre of the field, who appear to be the dominant combination at the moment. But what a very good race it's going to be for second place. If I had to put anyone immediately in second at the moment, I think I'd have to go to the Newcastle Grammar School combination, Elizabeth Carter and Rosie Charge.
No, I think it's the other Sydney
other
crew.
way? The other
John.
Sydney
Yeah,
crew,
give
right.
McManus Barrett and
Yeah.
Sarah Abrams.
Yes, I
And
do believe you're right.
On the other side, the UTS crew of
Yes.
Taylor Kerpeniotis and Sarah Fard. And the ANU composite crew is right in there as well, over in lane 3.
But this Gavin Cipher crew, that's Lily Gavin, Grace Cipher, appear to be powering away and increasing their lead slightly with every stroke. It doesn't look like any other crew. It is a position at this stage to really challenge them.
Yes.
So our big race is going to be second place.
Yes, absolutely. And I called that incorrectly before. It's actually the UTS crew is quite a way back. The crews are the ANU composite crew of Madeline Vagg and Harriet Wallace, and MLC of Lily Smith and Inez Kritzler. And then on this side, we also have from Newcastle Grammar, Elizabeth Carter and Rosie Charge. But there's a very clear lead at the moment with Gavin and Cipher from Sydney, looking very good. And I've just taken up the rating there just to make sure that they cement their win.
And I think their club mates of Caitlin McManus Barrett and Sarah Abrams might be holding on to second place at the moment.
I'm not so sure about that, John. I think the ANU composite girls over the other side there have certainly upped their rating. It's going to be a close one for second.
And there's the Sydney rowing combination, Sydney Rowing Club, Gavin and Cipher over the line. Battle for second, Mark, what do you see?
No, it's the ANU composite of Madeline Vagg and Harriet Wallace are taking out second place. Third place is to Caitlin McManus Barrett and Sarah Abrams. Fourth place is MLC, Lily Smith and Inez Kritzler. Fifth, Elizabeth Carter and Rosie Charge. Sixth, over the far side, Eddie Brown and Amy Wagner from Nepean. And the UTS crew of Taylor Kerpeniotis and Sarah Fard are just about to cross the line. And we also have here a Penrith crew. Oh, there's two crews still to come. Claire Robinson and Lila Anderton from Penrith here in lane 8, about to cross over. And we'll shortly see Alice Carraro and Isabella Oakley from Newcastle Grammar cross the line. The winning time there, 7 minutes 58.88. And the next race, the men's under 21 single scull B final, race 42, is just coming through the 1500 metres. So in lane 2 we have Lachlan Dunn from St George. In lane 3 we have Max Pearce from Sydney. In lane 4 we have Lachlan Wilmot from Sydney. In lane 5 we have Elliot Simpson from Sydney University. In lane 6, Matt Smith from Sydney University. In lane 7, Henry Ryan from Sydney University. And in lane 8, Seanan Byrne from Sydney University.
And I would think at this monk, about 800 metre mark, 1800 metres I would think at the moment. I think we've probably got a bit of a race between Matt Smith from Sydney University, rowing out of lane 6, and on his other side, perhaps Elliot Simpson, also from Sydney University, really pushing him along.
I think it's certainly going to be close there. I think Elliot is managing to, well, it's going to be a fight for the lead between these two. And not far behind them is Henry Ryan in lane 7.
And this is the B final of the men's under 21 single scull. On your program, race 42.
close race between all the Sydney University boys.
Yes, a lone St George on the far side, and that's Lachlan Dunn appears to have dropped out of any contention at the moment, leaving it up to the 4 representatives of Sydney University Boat Club and 2 from Sydney Rowing Club.
So Matt Smith in lane 6 has just taken his rating up to try to hold on to the lead there. In lane 5, Elliot Simpson, who seems quite a bit bigger, but is he will be coming in second place. It looks like third will be Henry Ryan, although, oh yes, quite comfortably. Over the far side, Max Pearce from Sydney will come in fourth. Followed by Lachlan Wilmot from Sydney. The winning time there, 7 minutes 55.45.
And with that B final for the men's under 21 singles out of now complete, we'll move to our podium again, and we look now at the women's under 19 double scull final. This is race 41 on the program, and the gold medal representing Sydney Rowing Club, Lily Gavin and Grace Cypher. So congratulations, Lily and Grace, winners of the women's under 19 double scull. Winning time 7:58.88.
And race 43, the men's under 21 single scull A final, is coming down the course now. They just come through the 1500 metres mark. So in lane 1 we have Liam Glacken from UTS. In lane 2, Sam Setter from Sydney University. In lane 3, Thomas Galloway from Sydney. In lane 4, Miles Devereaux from Sydney. In lane 5, Connor Hopkins from Mossman. In lane 6, Luca Roncolato from UTS. Lane 7, Henry Farrer from Sydney. And in lane 8, Nicholas Miro from Sydney University.
Now this is going to be a very good race. I was very impressed with the win in the heat by Miles Devereaux of Sydney University. Whether he can repeat it in this A final remains to be seen.
It does look close. I think we are missing a rower in lane 6. So that looks to be... Oh no, he's there. Motsman rower is...
I think it's the UTS rower that's missing.
Yes.
Ronicota, yes.
Oh, it's a battle here. So Miles Devereaux and Connor Hopkins are certainly battling it out there to try to see who's going to take first place.
And I think it's the red and white probably with the bow ball in front at this stage.
Yes, and then second place is going to be close, but I would pick Thomas Galloway ahead of Henry Farrer. But we know we should never call these races too early.
Now this is a great competition here with the top 3. They're all lifting their rating at the moment, but it's the red and white hoops from Mossman who are managing to stay in front and beating off the charge from all 3 Sydney Rowing Club. Those 2 to the southern side, 1 to the northern side, but it looks like Connor Hopkins, Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Matthias Ungermark, over the line in first place. Well done, with Miles Devereaux in second place from Sydney Rowing Club, and his club mate Thomas Galloway from Sydney Rowing Club in third.
With the winning time of 7 minutes 40.23. The next race, race 44, the women's under 21 single scull B final has been cancelled.
Yes, that's now absorbed into the consolidated A final.
But the next race to come down the course will be race 45, the women's under 21 single scull A final. And even so, the start time for that was is marked as 11:42, and it's currently 11:44. So still running a little bit behind time.
Now just running through the field of the race yet to come. That's race 45, the A final, women's under 21 single scull. In lane 1 from Capital Lakes, Cara Bruggenord. In lane 2 from Sydney, Gemma Campbell. In lane 3 from Sydney, Sophia Carmody. In lane 4, University of Western Australia Boat Club, Claire Netherway. In lane 5 from UTS, Laura Gooley. In lane 6 from Sydney, India Thompson. In lane 7 from ANU, Nicola Greenland. And lane 8 from UTS, Laura Wunderlich. So that's the field for the final of the women's under 21 single scull. It's race 45. Well, race 45 underway, about at the 500 metre mark, I would think, at the moment. And it is the women's under 21 single scull. It's the A final. This is a consolidated event. The B final was consolidated into one race. Just looking head on at even the advanced distance, it appears to me that Cara Bogord and Gemma Campbell, that's from Capital Lakes and Sydney, on the southern side of the course, may have faded a little bit at this early stage, and even looks as though it's possibly out of the competitive picture at this stage. But hard to pick up exactly where they are, but I'm looking at Sophia Campbell and from Sydney and Claire Netherway from University of Western Australia. They certainly appear to be up in a dominant place at the moment.
It looks to be very close, John, from here. all very close, right across from lane 3 across to lane 7.
Yeah, very close indeed. I'm looking at lane 8, Laura Wunderlich from UTS, perhaps a little bit behind Nicola Greenland from the ANU beside her. Then bit even for India Thompson from Sydney beside her again, and then Laura Goulet. It's very, very close race.
I think the first 4 are going to be battling it out. It's going to be Sophia Carmody, Claire Netherway, Laura Gourley and India Thompson seem to be the 4 that are in a line coming down the course.
Over the last 80, 100 metres or so, I think India Thompson from Sydney may have emerged a little to have perhaps a bow ball in front, but right beside her, Laura Goulet, it's touch and go. They're there, it's stroke for stroke at this stage. Perhaps Goulet having the better of the tussle.
And don't discount Claire Netherway. She's right up there as well. But yes, I would call Laura Goulet at the moment from UTS. A very close race.
Yes, it's going to be a very, very good race indeed at this stage.
And perfect conditions at the moment.
There's a real effort coming from Sophia Carmody from Sydney Rowing Club over there on the outside, lane 3. She has brought up closed the gap quite a lot. Whether it's enough time for her to really make a big impression of that leading push, I don't know. But she is certainly moving right up with the field at the moment. And we see now at the moment that Thompson, Goulet, Netherley and Carmody really stretching out here, making a real race of it for 1, 2, 3 and 4. India Thompson dropped back a little out of place contention, I would think, at this stage, but you never know.
And it's going to be Laura Goulet from UTS is managing to hold the other 2 off. Claire Netherway from Western Australia is going to come second. The battle is going to be for 3rd, is it? Yes, I think. I think it's going to be a photo for 3rd, but I would call it as lane 6. India Thompson just managed to push ahead of Sophia Carmody from Sydney.
Yeah, I would agree totally with that, but we'll see what the judges say.
The winning time there, 8 minutes 15.72. And yes, it's a photo finish for 3rd and 4th.
Well, while waiting the result of that photo, we're looking at the men's under 21 pair on the way down at the moment. In lane 1, Sydney Rowing Club, Jack Rooney and Austin Hayes. In lane 2, Sydney Uni, Finlay Blake, Joshua Hewitt. Lane 3, Mercantile, Lucas Batick and William Ackerman. Lane 4, Sydney University, Tom Anderson and Nick Rath. Lane 5, Melbourne Uni, Nick Smith and Martin Kuzelka. In lane 6 from Mossman, Patrick Burke, Nicholas Pender. Lane 7 at Sydney, Harry Crouch and Oscar Carr Middleton. And in lane 8 from Sydney University, Miller Argent and Kieran Riak.
And at the moment, I would say it is between the Mercantile boys of Lucas Matic and William Ackerman and Harry Crouch and Oscar Carr Middleton from Sydney over here in lane 7.
It was Mercantile, one of our interstate visitors. Great to see them up here. And this is a good race. Crouch and Argent doing very, very well. Kutch and Carl Middleton, doing very, very well there. But it's going to be a good race. Bit hard to tell the comparisons as they're in opposite sides of the universe, so to speak. But Mercantile and Sydney it is, competing for this first place in the men's under 21 pair, race 46.
And I would say it's going to be a photo for second, third and fourth between Tom Anderson and Nick Rath of Sydney University, Nick Smith and Martin Kaletza from Melbourne University, and Miller Argent and Kieran Riach from Sydney University.
Well, Sydney and Mercantile are both put on a big spurt at the moment, but Mercantile was even a bigger spurt, and they've walked through, and it's going to be a Mercantile finish, I think.
Absolutely. So I think it's going to be Mercantile. It's definitely Mercantile first across the line. Crouch and Middleton from Sydney are going to come second. Third place looks to be Anderson and Rath from Sydney University, just holding half a length ahead of a photo finish between Nick Smith and Martin Kaleza from Melbourne University, and in lane 8 here, Miller Argent and Kieran Riach from Sydney University. What a great race that was, John.
And a very well judged race by the Mercantile combination. Both Sydney and Mercantile came up with the final sprint, but it was a sprint from Mercantile. Very well done.
And race 47, the women's under 21 pair is coming down the course. In lane 1, we have Lauren Graham and Isabel Farrer from Sydney. In lane 2, Zara Collison and Olivia O'Donnell from Sydney University. Lanes 3 and 4 are scratched. That's a UTS crew of Laura Wunderlich and Laura Gowley and from UTS, and Kate Ashworth and Alex Brown from Roseville. In lane 5, we have Laura Foley and Eliza Gaffney from Melbourne University. In lane 6, Alex Smits and Alexandra Nell from Sydney University. In lane 7, Ingrid Holthauer and Niamh Graham from Sydney. And in lane 8, Danielle Stewart and Ella Mentzines from Sydney University. And it looks to me at the moment that that Laura Foley and Eliza Gaffney from Melbourne University over in lane 5 have the lead. But way over there in lane 1, Lauren Graham and Isabel Farrer from Sydney right up there as well. I think that's where the racing is going to be between those two crews.
Although I look at the university combination in on the grandstand side, Danielle Stewart and Ella McKenzie also doing very, very well. In fact, that Stewart Menzies combination from Sydney have really lifted their rating at the moment. Whether it's enough to move up to challenge either the Melbourne University or the Sydney combination on the far tide remains to be seen. Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the race to finish, that's the women's under 21 pair. Let's look at the presentation for the men's under 21 pair. That's race 46, and the gold medal goes to Mercantile. Is that right?
Yeah.
And Mercantile represented by Lucas Martic and William Orkemand. Well done, Lucas and William from Mercantile.
And a very exciting finish here with the women's under-21 pair. Over in lane 1, it looks to be Sydney have pulled through to the lead. That's the crew of Lauren Graham and Isabel Farrer. And followed by Melbourne University, Laura Fowler and Eliza Gaffney. Some distance back, it could well be a photo finish between 3 crews for third place. But I think in the lead here is lane 8, Danielle Stewart and Ella Mentzins from Sydney University, followed by Zara Collis and Olivia O'Donnell from Sydney University, and again Sydney University, Alex Smith and Alexandra Nell. Some very good racing going on here. And the winning time there was 7 minutes 55.15. The men's under 21 pair earlier, the winning time was 7 minutes flat. It's very fast.
Well, let's return now to our podium again, and this is for race 43, final of the men's under-21 single scull. And in the red and white hoops, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Connor Hopkins. Congratulations, Connor. Connor coached by Matthias Ungermark. Gold medalist, men's under-21 single scull.
So race 48, the men's under-23 single scull B final has been cancelled, but we're right on time for race 49 to start, which is the men's under-23 single scull A final. I expect this will also be a very close and good race to watch. In lane 1 we will have Paddy Holt from UTS. In lane 2, Jordan Duff from Sydney University. Jared Terry from St George is scratched. In lane 4, Lachlan Miles from Sydney University. In lane 5, Alex Nichol from Sydney. In lane 6, Joel Kane from Mercantile. Lane 7, Mitchell Caponis from Cranbrook is scratched, but he's had a very good effort so far today. In lane 8, James Meads from Banks. And in lane 9, Jackson Kench from Sydney. And it looks like the race is underway. So we're back on time again now. So race 49, the men's under 23 single scull A final, is just come through the 1,000 metres. Or about to come through the 1,000 metres. And we can also see the next race, the women's under 23 single scull, already lining up and about to start. And this looks to be, as expected, in a under 23 single scull A final, a very close race. I am not going to even suggest to call it at the moment, although, as we do, it looks to be lane 5, Alex Nichol from Sydney, looks to have a lead at the moment. Very hard to tell over on the far side. Paddy Holt from UTS is right up there as well. And I think it's Lachlan Miles from Sydney University is in the running. They're all there. It looks to be a fairly solid line coming down the course. Jackson Kent from Sydney here in lane 9 seems to be right up there as well. Too hard to call at this stage, John, but they've just come through the 1,500 metre mark. Slight headwind starting to blow again, just looking at the flags down there.
We did advise the withdrawal of the St George and Cranbrook combination there, but I think we might be missing someone else. 6 crews there, so someone is missing, I suspect.
I think we might have Jackson Kent over here in lane 9. He's battling it out with the other Sydney rower over there, Alex Nichol, in lane 5. And on the far side, I don't think that's the UTS. I think that's Jordan Duff from Sydney University. So we seem to be missing the UTS
yes, I think that's
rower.
the crew that's not there, Paddy Holt from UTS. But there's no doubt that Jackson Kent here from Sydney over against the grandstand, he has emerged really over the last 150 metres to dominate, but there's a real effort coming from, as you said, Jordan
Duff over
Sydney
the other
University
side there.
on the far side there. So this is going to be a very, very good race. Alex Nichol has picked it up as well, but what's going to happen? I think I'm leaning
It's going to
toward
be very hard to tell when they're on opposite sides of the course.
yeah, Sydney University on the far side.
But
he's doing very, very nicely indeed. But then again, Jackson Kent here against the finish tower is also very well placed, but it's going to be Sydney University.
Followed by Jackson Kent in lane 9 from Sydney and Alex Nichol in lane 5 from Sydney. Fantastic racing there.
Very good racing indeed. And it's very good racing and very well judged racing in the sense that these all emerged in the last half the case. So they're judging their rowing very well. Do we have a time for that event there, Mark? Well, our next race is underway. Race number 50 on the program. And Race 50, yes, and that should be the women's under 23 single scull. Adelaide Scott from UTS in lane 2, Katie Healy Mossman in lane 3, Lily Reardon ANU in 4, Romola Davenport Sydney in 5, Zoe Hasler from Sydney Uni in lane 6, Sky Frobel Mercantile in lane 7, Tara Rigney Sydney University in lane 8. Now this is under 23, but the names are all very well known, very prominent in races here in recent months. The judging on form that I recall pre-Christmas, I would tend to sort of point the direction of Romola Davenport from Sydney Rowing Club, but with 3/4 of this course still to go, or half the course still to go, it's a bit of a wild guess at this stage.
I think your call is correct there, John. She seems to be in the lead at the moment, but also being pushed by the UTS rower over there in lane 2, and over here in lanes 7 and 8, Sky Frobel from Mercantile and Tara Rigney from Sydney University.
So it's all edging up to be an exciting last few hundred metres for this event. It's the women's under 23 single scull.
And yes, I think it looks like Romola Davenport from Sydney is holding the lead there in lane 5. But over here in lane 8, Tara Rigney from Sydney University.
So let's leave the water at the moment for the moment and just go to the pontoon. We're looking at a presentation for race 49. This is the men's under 23 single scull. And our gold medalist representing Sydney University Boat Club, Jordan Duff. So well done, Jordan. Jordan coached by Thomas Lurick. Men's under 23 single scull.
And out on the water, Tara Rigney is certainly pushing Romola Davenport hard. Still a bit hard to call. I think Romola's going to have to work very hard to hold on to her lead there. And over on the far side, we have the UTS rower Adelaide Scott battling it out. Actually, for third place is going to be close, because also in there is Sky Frobel from Mercantile.
Sky Frobel performed here very, very well pre the Christmas New Year area, and also at the Nationals last year. A very well known name in this age classification.
And certainly taking the rating up now, at least here Tara Rigney has taken it up.
Yeah, Tara's done very well. She's emerged now to overtake the long-term leader, Zoe Romola Davenport from Sydney, but it's still not home and dried. Rigney picking up her rating at the moment, very, very high rating at the moment, compared to her leisurely approach in the first half of the 2,000 metre race.
And I would suggest Romola has actually possibly overdone it and has just run out of steam there, because Adelaide Scott over in the far side is now taking past her, and Romola just about caught it. Well, she did catch a crab there. So a clear lead there to Tara Rigney from Sydney University in 8 minutes 22.8. Followed over the far side by Adelaide Scott from UTS And Romola Davenport did manage to cross. She'd held the lead for so long, but didn't quite have managed to hold that right through to the finish. And the next race coming down the course is race 51. This is the men's elite lightweight single, the men's under 21 lightweight single, and it's an A final. So it's a combination race.
Yeah, two races in one, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yes.
In lane 2, we have William Clark from UTS, who's elite lightweight. In lane 3, Andrew Brown from Mossman, who's an elite lightweight. In lane 4, Hamish Perry from Toowong, who's an elite lightweight. In lane 5, Cameron Ogilvie. I have to give a plug here. He's from Glebe. He's under 21 lightweight and racing against Eric Lowe from Mercantile, who's the under 21 lightweight. Now the leader seems to be Hamish Perry from Toowong. And coming close to him is on this side in lane 7, Eric Lowe from Mercantile.
Yeah, so first is our lightweight open, so to speak, and then second place at the moment, the under 21 competitor. So good race. So what we're looking now is two distinct groups as we look down. The group on the left as we look down, that's the northern side of the under 21 lightweight pair, and then the other three are all the elite lightweights.
So a very strong row there by Hamish Perry from Toowong. Just up the rating for these last couple of 100 metres. He's going to be followed by Andrew Brown from Mossman. Then in the under 21 lightweights, we have Eric Lowe, who's actually going to come second in terms of line honours. And followed by Cameron Ogilvie. And a bit of a battle between Cameron Ogilvie from Glebe and Andrew Brown from Mossman as to line honours for third place. So winning time there, 7 minutes 27 to Hamish Parry from Toowong. And for the under 21, we have Eric Lowe from Mercantile. Coming in third across the line there is Andrew Brown from Mossman. And fourth, Cameron Ogilvie from Glebe.
So we're back to a straight single race in this one, apart from the two races in one just completed. We're looking at race 52, the men's under 23 lightweight singles, and we have in lane 3 Hamish Harding from ANU, Sam Oostendorp from Banks in lane 4, Jack Message from UTS in 5, Michael McRae, UTS in 6, and Wyatt Batt from Sydney University in lane 7. The race appears to be underway.
So race 52 coming down the course is the men's under 23 lightweight single scull. So these are the under 23. I expect this to be a close race. In lane 3 we have from ANU Hamish Harding. In lane 4 Sam Ostendorp from Banks. In lane 5 Jack Message from UTS. In lane 6 Michael McRae from UTS. And in lane 7 Wyatt Batt from Sydney University. And from this distance, from about 1,000 metres away, it looks to be Michael McRae from UTS. Possibly followed by Hamish Harding from ANU. But again, too early to call. It's cold in here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, another presentation. We leave the water, go to the podium, and we're looking at race 51, which we said was 2 races in one. And the first element of that race was the men's elite single scull. And the winner, Hamish Parry from Toowong. Although it seems to be wearing Sydney University colours. Toowong, Hamish Parry. Well done, Hamish, coached by David McLaughlin. And the second element of that same race was the men's under 22 lightweight classification, and representing Mercantile, Eric Lowe. Welcome to Sydney, Eric. So, ladies and gentlemen, our gold medalists for the men's elite lightweight single scull and the men's under 21 lightweight scull.
And race 52, the men's under 23 lightweight single scull, just about 300 metres out, is it seems to be Michael McRae from UTS in the lead. And he will be followed by Hamish Harding from ANU across the far side. But over this side also, Wyatt Batt from Sydney University could give Hamish a good run for his money there. Not far back is Sam Ostendorp from Banks. Michael McRae just needs to hold on there, keep pushing, and he should take it. Although over the far side there, Hamish Harding has certainly upped the rating, and you can see he's moving faster now. So Michael McRae comfortably winning this race from representing UTS. Followed by Hamish Harding from ANU. Wyatt Batt from Sydney University. Sam Ostendorp from Banks. And coming through, Jack Message from UTS. The winning time there, 7 minutes 34.63.
And our next race is already underway. The women's elite lightweight singles. We're aware of one scratching. That was Sophie Gerapatitis from UTS, leaving us with a field. We'll see if they're all there when they get a bit closer, but Annika Reardon from ANU in lane 1. In lane 2 from Sydney University, Mia Thomas. In 4 from Sydney Uni, Wallace Russell. In 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, India Thomas. That's a quick turnaround for India. In lane 6, Sydney University's Lizzie Trelaw. In lane 7, UTS, Georgina Masters. Lane 8, Sydney University, Lucy Coleman. And lane 9 also, Sydney University, Michaela Franz. Well, as the scullers come a little closer, it appears that are all there as per schedule. Lead appears to be coming from the, well, Southern Bank is a group there, but I'm looking particularly across to Sydney University's Wallace Russell out of lane 4, I think doing particularly well at the moment, but as is again Lucy Colmart as well. So we'll go back to yet another presentation in a moment or two. And we're looking now at race 52. This is our presentation for the men's under 23 lightweight single scull. And our gold medalist representing UTS is Michael McRae. Michael coached by Alex Field, David Jelly and Harry Chapman. Well done, Michael. Men's under 23 lightweight single scull.
And the women's elite lightweight single scull currently coming down the course, just about 400 metres out, or if that, about 300 metres out. It looks to be, as you called it, John, Wallace Russell from Sydney University. Then a bit hard to see, but over this side, again, Lucy Coleman from Sydney University. Then over the far side in lane 1, Annika Reardon from ANU. But she could well be battling it out with Georgina Masters from UTS, and on this side, Michaela Franz from Sydney University. It looks like 1 and 2 are fairly well confirmed, provided they hold it together, but the 3rd and 4th and 5th could be fairly close.
Well, Sydney University Boat Club certainly has a very good representation in this race, and looks like they're going to dominate the results once they've all crossed the finish line.
So Wallace Russell from Sydney University is about to cross the line, a clear winner, followed by Lucy Coleman from Sydney University in lane 8. Bit hard to call here for 3rd place. I think it may well be Annika Reardon on the far side. Oh no. Georgina Masters managed to pull through then to come 3rd, beating Annika Reardon from ANU. That was a good good finish there by
nice finish, very strong last final
Georgina
strokes.
Masters, yes.
Yeah, very strong. Now we have the next race on the water and underway already, and it's another one of our A finals, but 2-in-1 races. It is the women's under 23 lightweight scull, and also the women's under 21. Now we have the under 23 group in lanes 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, leaving the under 21 group on the grandstand side. So looking at the under 23 in lane 1, representing Nepean, Annalise Isaacs. In lane 2, representing Melbourne University, Mila Marstons. In lane 3, representing ANU, Ella Andrina Bianami. In lane 4, representing Sydney University, Bianca Gillett. And in lane 3, ANU, represented by Alexandra Molan. Now, the two crews on the grandstand side, the two scullers, are under 23, Amy Wagner from Nepean and Maxine France from Glebe. Now, I haven't looked down to see they're all there. My immediate impression is that they're all there. We did have one strategy. That's Chera Cantoni from UTS, scheduled to row in lane 8, but all the others appear to be there. There looks like one dominant rower at the moment. I'd suggest it could be, and I'm plucking a figure out of the air here, Bianca Gillette from Sydney University, but let them see a bit closer. Well, I suppose a bit unexpectedly, it looks like the under 21, oh sorry, the under 23, not unexpectedly, group are leading at this stage, and I think it's probably Bianca Gillette with Mila Marston from Melbourne University, but I stand to be corrected on that, having trouble picking up all the colours at this distance with no binoculars.
Yes, it looks to be lane 4, Bianca Gillett from Sydney University. And lane 2, Mina Marston from Melbourne University. Putting a very strong finish there.
So first across the line for the under 23 classification will be Bianca Gillette, followed by Melbourne University's Mila Marsden. We look now to see who could win and be the gold medalist for the under 21 category. And it looks like Maxine France from Glebe.
From Glebe,
that
yes.
will please you very much indeed.
Indeed it does. But first of all, we have third place for the under 23, Annalise Isaacs across the far side in lane 1. But great row there by Maxine as well. And there's quite some distance to the rest of the field. So the winning time there, 8 minutes 23.79.
Well, we might take the opportunity with a lot of water to go in the next event to go to our podium. Margot, I don't know if you're ready for our next presentation. Well, let's proceed. This is the presentation for race 53, the women's elite lightweight single scull. And our gold medal goes to Wallace Russell, representing Sydney University. Wallace coached by Alfie Young. So gold medalist, women's elite lightweight singles. Well done.
And coming down the course now for race 55, we have the men's under 17 double scull. Lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar has been scratched. In lane 3, we have Lachlan Fraser and Evan Lloyd from Mossman. In lane 4, Ben DeStazo and Oliver St. Pierre from Mossman. In lane 5, Joshua Wilson and Bo Nicholas from Mossman. In lane 6, Cooper Blatchley and Benjamin Hudson from Hunter Valley Grammar. And in lane 7, Marcus Furch and Rhett Bowden from Newcastle Grammar. And I think we've called all these boys' names already in single scull races.
We have indeed, and I think the lead at this stage is going to our Mossman 2 combination, Ben DeStaso and Oliver St. Pierre. Oliver won a race earlier today, and they're just leading, I think, their compatriots, Joshua Wilson and Bo Nicholas. Nicholas, rather.
And it looks like going to be a close call for third place, although it looks to be the other Mossman crew of Fraser and Lloyd will probably come third, but the Hunter Valley Grammar boys are going to put up a good fight, I think.
Yes, as we get a bit closer, it is to the two Mossman combinations. They're number 4 crew of Ben DeStacio and Oliver St. Pierre, leading their number 5 combination of Joshua Wilson and Bo Nicholas. And it could be a battle out there for third place between Mossman number 3 and Hunter Valley Grammar. So I dare say the red and whites are trying to make it an all Mossman prize, first, second and thirds. Let's see if Hunter Valley Grammar can put a stop to that.
So the Mossman crew of DeStazo and St. Pierre have crossed the line in 7 minutes 33.2, and Wilson and Nicholas from Mossman in second, and Fraser and Lloyd from Mossman in third. Hunter Valley Grammar, Blatchley and Hudson in 4th place. And
well, let's go back to the podium, and we're looking at race 54. This was another of our races with 2 categories in one race, and we're looking at the presentation at the moment of the women's under 23 lightweight scull, and that went to Bianca Gillette, Bianca representing Sydney University Boat Club. The other element of that race, of course, was the under 21, and we'll no doubt have our presentations a little later.
So in the next race coming down the course is race 56, which is the women's under 17 double scull. We only have 4 crews in this race. In lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar of Adelaide Goldfinch and Molly Walkerton. In lane 5, from St Paul's Grammar, Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins. In lane 6, Claudia Horrell and Amelia Cooper from UTS. And in lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Grace Charge and Amy Georgia Barnett.
Well, just looking down the course, all the 4 starters appear to be there. And again, they're names that we've certainly called out in some of our single scull events a bit earlier in the program. And talking about the program, we're more than halfway through it at the moment. We're talking about an 84 race program. We're now up to race 56, so there is an end in sight. But it's been an excellent regatta, particularly with the number of representatives from interstate clubs, the number of non-metropolitan clubs and schools who have been here as well, and of course a number of our really top international rowers, particularly in the elite area and our para area. It's been great to see them on the water.
So with the women's under 17 double scull, the UTS crew of Claudia Horrell and Amelia Cooper look to be in the lead. A bit difficult to see who's in second place, but it looks to be Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins from St Paul's Grammar. But they could be fairly close with Grace Charge and Amy Georgia Barnett over here from in lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar. But yes, the UTS girls have a very comfortable lead at the moment. I think they should be able to hold that as they've just gone through 1,500 metres. And it looks to me like the UTS crew have just taken their rating up as well, with about 400 odd metres to go.
Well, while we're waiting to see what they do with that increased rating, let's have another presentation. And we're looking at the race 55 here. This is the men's under 17 double scull, and gold medalist representing Mossman Rowing Club. Mossman did well with the 1, 2, 3 in that event, and Mossman for the gold medal represented by Ben DeStasso and Oliver St. Pierre. I think Oliver's second gold for the day. Well done.
And the women's under 17 double scull, while the winners are clearly Claudia Horrell and Amelia Cooper from UTS, looks like it could be a battle for second place between Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins from St Paul's Grammar over in lane 5 and Grace Charge and Amy Georgia Barnett from Newcastle Grammar here in lane 7.
This is a nice row by Horrell and Cooper from UTS. They've got clear water, a lot of clear water, back to their second and third place getters, but they're not letting up. They're keeping the rating up. Under 17, and I'm looking at the under 17 technique. It's good, perhaps a little short through the water, but they're moving their boat very, very well indeed.
And I think the St Paul's Grammar girls of Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins have managed to push a bit harder and take a lead over the Newcastle Grammar girls of Grace Charge and Amy Georgia Barnett. So they now have a fairly clear lead over them, and they will come in second. The winning time there for Horrell and Cooper was 8 minutes 21.57. So Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins from St Paul's Grammar just crossed the line. And Grace Charge and Amy Georgia Barnett from Newcastle Grammar have now crossed the line. And Adelaide Goldfinch and Molly Walkerden from Hunter Valley Grammar will cross the line shortly. So the next race has already started, and it again is a para race. So we have here a mixed, it's a 2-in-1 again. We have a para double and para pair, and they're both A finals. It's race 57. In lane 1, we have William Clifton and Stephanie Walker. So these are mixed doubles by the look of it. Oh no, they're all PR3. So we have William Clifton, Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne in lane 1, Stephen Lawler and Sam Shaloub from Balmain in lane 2, Kevin Wall and Mika Kelly from Glebe in lane 3, Ruby Sutherland and Joseph Gretsch from Balmain in lane 4, Lauren Webber and Bronte Marshall from Balmain in lane 5. Then the next 3 crews are pairs, where we have a powerhouse composite of Kathleen Murdoch and Alex Wheelerman. Lane 7, a Capital Lakes composite of Sue Donohoe and Nikki Ayres. And in lane 9, a Sydney University composite of Ben Gibson and James Talbot. So a very interesting race this will be. They look to be approaching about probably 800 metres. Bit hard to tell from this distance. So race 57, the A final of the para double and the para pair, they seem to have just come through the 1,000 metre mark, and the 3 pairs over here in lanes 6, 7 and 9 seem to be ahead of the doubles. Very hard to call at this stage, but it does look like the Sydney Uni composite of Ben Gibson from Sydney Rowing Club and James Talbot from Sydney University Boat Club in lane 9, and the pair have the lead. They look to be followed by the powerhouse composite of Kathleen Murdoch and Alex Wheelerman in lane 6. Then on the far side, in the doubles, we have William Clifton and Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne, but a bit hard to call the rest of them at this stage. So yes, as they've come through the 1500 metre mark, Ben Gibson and James Talbot from Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club appear to have a clear lead in the pair.
That's right, we could, a lot better.
They're followed by the powerhouse composite of Kathleen Murdoch and Alex Wheelerman in lane 6. So those are the two pair rowers are well out in front. I think the third pair of Sue Donahue and Nikki Ayres for Capital Lakes Composite are coming in third place, but they seem to be, in terms of line honours, neck and neck with the doubles across the far side, William Clifton and Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne. I can see all the doubles in the program are PR3. I'm not clear about the classification for the pairs, but this is a very nice lead, and they've just taken up the rating in lane 9 here of Ben Gibson and James Talbot. Second and third place in the doubles looks like it could be very close. So over in lane 2, we have Stephen Lawler and Sam Shaloub from Balmain. In lane 4, Ruby Sutherland and Joseph Gretsch from Balmain. And in lane 5, Lauren Webber and Bronte Marshall from Balmain. And Ben Gibson and James Talbot have just crossed the line to take a clear win in the pair. Second across, so their time 8 minutes 13.97. Second across the line is the powerhouse composite of Kathleen Murdoch and Alex Wheelerman. And third, the Capital Lakes composite of Sue Donahue and Nikki Ayres. Now across the other side in lane 1, we have the Drummoyne double of William Clifton and Stephanie Walker. Just crossed the line, well ahead of all the other doubles. So coming in second place will be lane 2, Stephen Lawler and Sam Shaloub from Balmain. It's going to be a Balmain trifecta for second, third and fourth. Followed by Ruby Sullivan and Joseph Gretsch from Balmain. And Lauren Webber and Bronte Marshall from Balmain in lane 5. And I hope Joseph put in a lot of effort there, because I think I'm lining up against him in the Masters single.
That's a biased point of view, Mike. Yeah.
And coming down the course at a good steady pace, Kevin Wall and Mika Kelly from Glebe. Remembering Mika is just a novice. Kevin's very well experienced, but did take a swim earlier.
Well, our next event is on its way, and it's the men's under 23 pair. 8 entries, all appear to be on the water. In lane 1, Harry Crouch and Oscar Carr Middleton, Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 2 from Mossman, Patrick Burke and Nicholas Pender. Lane 3, Melbourne University, Tom Hooper and Rowan Lavery. In lane 4 from Swan River, Cameron Glover and Miles McQuillan. In lane 5 from Mossman, Torben Ungamark and Daniel Samos. Lane 3 from the Swan River Western Australia Rowing Club Composite, Hamish Henrique and Riley Reese-Turner. Lane 7, Melbourne University, Max Cooper and Mitchell Hooper. And in lane 8, it's a Sydney University Composite, Matthew Murray and Torin Olsen. And it's the latter combination, I think that's Sydney University Composite of Murray and Olsen on lane 8, which is prominent, but I look across the river further and I'm looking at, I think it's the Mossman combination of Burke and Pender out of lane 2, possibly in front at this stage. Hard to say. The big line up here, I'm looking at lanes 7 and 6 and 5, and there's not much between them.
I don't think the Mossman crew is there, John. I think that's lane 3, Melbourne
Yes.
University of Tom Hooper and Rowan Lavery. Very hard to call the rest, though. I think it looks to be...
Swan River Composite
Yes.
is there in second place, probably.
And then the rest of them are pretty close. It could be a photo finish here for some of those placings. Yes, but Melbourne University of Tom Hooper and Rowan Lavery have just upped the pace and going very strongly towards the finish there. And Swan River, I think, the Swan River Composite of Hamish Henriquez and Riley Reese-Turner in lanes. Oh, sorry, Max Cooper and Mitchell Hooper
Melbourne
from
University.
Melbourne University.
So 1-2 from Melbourne Uni.
Yes, and the Swan River Composite is third. Some very good. That was a very good race there. Very close. And the winning time there, 6 minutes 58.74.
Well, our next event also an under 23 pair, the women's under 23 pair, race 59 is underway. I think all crews appear to be there. In lane 3, Sydney Uni, represented by Kate Hunt and Jamie Ford. Lane 4 from Mercantile, Mimi Tuddenham and Georgie Gleeson. In lane 5, a West Australian and Swan River composite, Charlotte Hill and Olivia Jones. And on the grandstand side, representing Sydney, Lauren Graham and Isabel Furrer.
So the women's under 23 pair, race 59, is now coming down the course. And in lane 3, we have Kate Hunt and Jamie Ford from Sydney University. In lane 4, Mimi Tuddenham and Georgie Gleeson from Mercantile. In lane 5, Charlotte Hill and Olivia Jones in a Western Australian Swan River Composite. And in lane 6, Lauren Graham and Isabel Farrer from Sydney Rowing Club. And again, it looks to be a close race, but I would, at the moment, put my money on Sydney Rowing Club on this side of the course, in lane 6 of Lauren Graham and Isabel Farrer. It looks like the West Australian Composite and Mercantile are going to be battling it out for second place, second and third.
Well, let's leave the water and go to the podium. And we're looking now at our presentation for race 58 on the program, the men's under 23 pair. And our winner representing Melbourne University Boat Club, Tom Hooper and Rowan Lavery. Well done, Tom and Rowan. Tom and Rowan coached by Matthew Ryan, David England as a pair. So Melbourne University gold medalist men's under 23 pair.
Some great racing here in the women's under 23 pair with Sydney Rowing Club with a clear lead, but the West Australians and Mercantile battling it out for second place. They look to be neck and neck there. Very hard to call which one, who's going to take second place in this race.
No doubt as we move up to the last 100 metres or so that it's the Sydney combination of Lauren Graham, Isabel Farrer dominating this race, with Clearwater back to a real fight between Mercantile and the West Australian group for that second place.
I think the West Australians are going to possibly just take the lead by a canvas there. Maybe a little bit more. They're managing to find that extra bit. Looking round to see where the line is. And second place to Charlotte Hill and Olivia Jones, the Western Australian Composite. Third place to Mimi Tuddenham and Georgia Gleeson from Mercantile.
And the Composite has representatives from both the West Australian Rowing Club and the Swan River Rowing Club. And that's the Sydney University combination across the line to be fourth place.
And the winning time of 7:55.36.
Race 60, halfway down the course, men's under 16 double. It's being rowed over 1,000 metres. Our recent races have all been 2,000. We have in lane 3 representing Nepean, Jonathan Ewan and Alex Vella. In lane 4, Newcastle Grammar, Ben Riley, Patrick Stanley. Lane 5, Nepean, Timothy Quinn and Damien Wang. In lane 6, Newcastle Grammar, Caelan Rutley and Alexander McDougall. And lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Trefon Stramboli and Hudson Walker. Looking down at this under 16 double, Mark, obviously the leaders are coming from the northern bank. That appears to be a fight between the two visitors from the Hunter Valley. Newcastle Grammar in lane 6, probably with an edge over Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 7. But a good fight, a good tussle going on there.
A bit of hunter rivalry. We like to see that. Yes, but I would agree with you. It seems to be Kaylin Routley and Alexander McDougall from Newcastle Grammar staying ahead of Trevin Stamboli and Hudson Walker from Hunter Valley Grammar. Back in third place is Newcastle Grammar, Ben Riley and Patrick Stanley. Then I think it's going to be Timothy Quinn and Damon Wang from Nepean, followed by Jonathan Ewan and Alex Vella from Nepean. So Kaylin Routley and Alexander McDougall have just upped their rating. Can they hold it through to the finish? They're looking quite polished there, considering they're under 16 boys.
It's a very problem. As they've lifted up their effort for the last couple of dozen strokes, that polish is still there. They've got nice length, moving smoothly, a very good run in the boat, and that's first place to Newcastle Grammar School. Hunter Valley Grammar of Trevin Stamboli and Hudson Walker across for second place.
And the winning time there, 3 minutes 43.64.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our presentations continue, and we're looking now at our program race 56, the women's under-17 double scull, and our gold medal is awarded to UTS, and UTS are represented by Claudia Horrell and Amelia Cooper. Well done, Claudia and Amelia. Coaches David Jelly, Alex Field, Hallie Chapman. Winning time, 8:21.57. Women's under-17 double scull.
And, excuse me, race 61, the women's under-16 double scull. There are only two crews in this race. Over in lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, we have Arabella BLOMFIELD and Mia Finch, who seem to be in the lead. And in lane 5, Grace Charge and Ava Myers from Newcastle Grammar.
We've had a lot of success today from the schools in the Newcastle Hunter region. As we've had in the early part of the season, one would hope that there is a potential for all these youngsters to carry on rowing up in their local area, and we can expect, I would hope, a big increase in performance from our Hunter Valley senior rowing clubs.
Well, I think we've seen them at all the regattas. Very good representation and all doing very well.
Now this, of course, being an under-16 event, is over 1,000 metres, and in fact our next couple of races are over that same distance. Then we're back to the 2,000 metres after that. So it's Hunter Valley Grammar there out of lane 4. Arabella BLOMFIELD and Mia Finch first across the line, and they're leading in this women's under-16 double sculls. They're leading Newcastle Grammar of Grace Charge and Ava Myers into second place.
And the winning time there of 4 minutes 14.8. And the next race is a women's masters pair. And interesting, we have a range of ages here. We have two A crews. So A is from 27 to 36. Then we have a D crew, which is from average age of 50 to 55. Then we have two E crews, which is average age 55 to 60. So in lane 1, we have Newcastle Uni Composite of Jacqueline Ford and Chantal Lindsay. They've had to give a 15-second handicap. In lane 2, we have from Glebe, Emily Constantine and Barbara van der Sand, also with a 15-second handicap. In lane 5, from St George, we have the D crew of Susan Robinson and Tamsin Brew. They've had to give a 5-second handicap. And in lane 6, from North Shore, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, who went off go. And in lane 7, Maria O'Connor and Beverly Malone, who went off go from Balmain.
So we'll leave that race and return in a moment or two, but we're going down now for presentations for the race 60, the men's under 16 double scull. And our gold medalists, Newcastle Grammar School, and Newcastle represented by Kaylin Rutley and Alexander McDougall, their coach Amos Noon. So well done, Kaylin and Alexander, winning time 3:46.34, men's under 16 double scull.
Now this Masters pair race is always hard to call when there are these handicaps, because in theory the handicaps should mean that everybody crosses the line together. So those that started off 15 seconds behind should be gradually catching up. So very hard to call. But at the moment it seems to be Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell from North Shore in the lead. They're the E crew that went off go. Then across over in lane 3, Jacqueline Ford and Chantal Lindsay, the Newcastle Uni Composite crew, who started with a 15-second handicap. The D crew from St George of Susan Robinson and Tamsin Brew, with a 5-second handicap, are gradually overtaking, I think, the other E crew in lane 7 from Balmain. Always very interesting when we have this broad range of handicaps in a race.
The North Shore crew is doing very, very well out there at the moment. Admittedly, they're off go, but none of the other crews have managed to really work down their 15 or 5-second handicap. So North Shore look comfortable at this stage.
Your mic's off. Yeah. So the North Shore crew have a clear lead. Even with the handicaps, none of the others have been able to catch them, but they're doing a great performance there. Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, well known on the Masters circuit. They're going to be followed by the Newcastle Uni Composite, who, even with their 15 seconds, Jacqueline Ford and Chantal Lindsay were unable to reel them in. Third place is going to go to the St George crew of Susan Robinson and Tamsin Brew. Fourth place, the Balmain crew of Maria O'Connor and Beverly Malone. And they're going to be followed in by the Glebe crew of Emily Constantine and Barbara van der Sand, who I know are relatively new to rowing a pair. They've been doing a lot of their training without a rudder, and I think today might be one of the first days they have a rudder on the boat. I don't see it from here though. And they thoroughly enjoy it, they tell me.
Well, let's go back to the podium and Margot with her next presentation. This is race 61, and it's the women's under 16 double scull, and the gold medal goes to Hunter Valley Grammar School, and the school represented by Arabella Blomfield and Mia Finch. So gold medal to take home for Arabella and Mia. Women's under 16 double scull.
And race 63 is now coming down the course. This is the men's masters pair. So we have in this again a range of gradings and therefore handicaps. In lane lane 2, we have St George, Robert G and Alan Robertson. They've had to give 28 seconds. In lane 3, we have Andrew McEncrow and William Moyes from the University of New South Wales. They've had to give a 24-second handicap. They're E crew. In lane 4, we have Bruce Egan and Richard Lawson from North Shore. Again, a 24-second handicap. In lane 5, Martin Little and Charles Lloyd Jones from Sydney with an 18-second handicap. In lane 6, James Taylor and Mark Williams from Mossman with a 10-second handicap. In lane 7, Doug Stewart and Michael Hayes from Abbotsford with a 10-second handicap. And the reason for all these big handicaps is that in lane 8 we have Kerry Breslin and John Newcomb from Mossman, and they're an H crew, and they went off go. They're both over 70.
And despite that, they're still out in front, admittedly had a 28-second advantage over the St George crew over there in lane number 2, but nevertheless that Mossman combination of Kerry Breslin, John Newcomb, H classification, off go, still in front. Can they hold it on? About 250 metres yet to go.
Very hard to call with the handicaps, but James Taylor and Mark Williams from Mossman are gradually catching up to them, as are the St George crew over in the far side of Robert G and Alan Robertson, who are a very strong crew, I understand. They started with a 28-second handicap, but will they be able to catch them? They're into the last 250 metres now. Certainly, James Taylor and Mark Williams have overtaken the Mossman H crew, Breslin and Newcomb.
The St George combination of G and Robertson D combination, they're the crew that gave away 28 seconds. They're doing very, very nicely indeed. Have moved right up on the field. Bit of a steering problem from Mossman H number 2 in lane 1, but they have been overtaken now by their compatriots, Mossman number 1, Taylor and Williams.
And it's going to be a close race, but I think Taylor and Williams are going to manage to hold them off. They're right on the marker, boys. Yes, they've managed to hold off the St George crew who came in second, and the second over 70s Mossman crew in third.
Well, that was
fourth place is almost going to be a photo finish. Absolutely, I would say they both crossed the line at exactly the same time there. The winning time for that race was 4 minutes 14.21. Hopefully Mark Williams has exhausted himself, so when I race against him a little bit later on, I'll have a little bit of advantage.
Yeah. Well, again from the racing back to the podium to reward good racing. And this is our presentation for race 62, the women's masters pair. And this race, the gold medal, goes to North Shore Rowing Club, and North Shore represented by Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. Both off go and managed to hold off all the other crews. Well done, North Shore.
So the next race is going to be an exciting race as well. It's the men's under-19 single scull final, race 64. In lane 1, we have Miles Harold, coached by the Waddell brothers from Nepean. In lane 2, Kyle Brown from Mossman. In lane 3, Bradley Moran, coached by Lindsay Callahan and Charlotte Toos Cutler from Penrith. In lane 4, Ben Vickery from Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 5, Mitchell Caponis from Cranbrook. In lane 6, Jeremy Gategood, coached by Matthias Ungemark from Mossman. In lane 7, Finley Moffat from Hunter Valley Grammar. And in lane 8, Gabriel Carmody, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Ketch from Sydney. I suspect this is why we saw Mitchell withdrawn from an earlier race, saving himself for this. So this should be a good race. And they're lined up about to start. And after this, so with this race, there are 3 more until the lunch break.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move back to our presentations while we're waiting for our crews to come down in the next event. This is for race 57, our para double and para pair, 2 races in one, as we've had before. And we're presenting this time the gold medal for the para double, and that went to Drummoyne Rowing Club, and Drummoyne represented by William Clifton and Stephanie Walker. The crew coached by Kathleen Hextall and Ashley Brooking. So well done, Drummoyne, winners of the A final, the para double. Well done. Now there's obviously a little pause between races here. We're moving from the 1,000-metre start mark back to the 2,000 metres, and takes just a little time to do some adjusting for that. But our final 3 races for the morning session will be all Ring Road over 2,000 metres. We've got the men's under-19 single scull about to come down, then the women's equivalent, the B final, then the women's under-19 single scull A final to finish the morning's rowing.
So race 64, the men's under-19 single scull final, is underway. Looks like they've probably just passed the 500 metre mark, so too early to call it as yet.
I find the under-19 category interesting. They're beyond being the basic rowers. They've probably started rowing in 14, 15, so they've got 2, perhaps 3 seasons under their belt. They've developed a style, and the quality of rowing at this level is usually very, very good indeed.
Well, these are our next champions, John.
Indeed. Well, we hope.
And
we hope,
representatives.
yeah,
yes,
I hope they're
absolutely.
Australian representatives. That's the aim. A lot of hard work, though, to get to that level.
Absolutely. And they look like they're starting to approach the 1,000 metre mark now. And although from this angle you can never tell, but they look to be fairly close together. There's no obvious large spread at this stage.
And just looking down the scullers there, their names which we've read out once or twice already in our morning rowing program, so they'll be feeling a little tired, I think.
So it looks like there's the arrowhead as expected coming down. Apart from across the other side there, Miles Harold from Nepean. But otherwise, it looks to me to be lanes 5 and 6, which would be Mitchell Caponis and Jeremy Gategood. Oh, sorry, I think 4 and 5, so that's Ben Vickery and Mitchell Caponis. Lane 3, yes, still too hard to call.
Just as a guess, and looking again head on, the Cranbrook sculler there, Mitchell Caponis, appears to be doing very, very well. He certainly appears to be one of the dominant performers at this stage. Ben Vickery beside him from Hunter Valley Grammar, also right up there, but I think it might be Cranbrook leading the push in that arrowhead formation down here at the moment. Still half a course to go, things can change. Miles Harold from Nepean on the far tide, a long way away from the other crews, but also up there, not leading at the moment. But I'm always surprised at the number of very late spurts that come from those on that southern bank. And we'll just see if Miles Harold's able to fit into that category.
And I've just passed the 1500 metre mark, so and looks to be fairly close for the first 3 or 4. Very hard to tell, as you said, with the Miles Harold over there on the far side. But at the moment, it seems to be Mitchell Caponis from Cranbrook. And it's very hard to call between Ben Vickery from Hunter Valley Grammar and Bradley Moran from Penrith on the other side. But then don't be fooled, John, because over here in lane 8 as well, in lane 8.
I'm just going to say that Carmody is lurking
Gabriel
there
Carmody.
in his light blue singlet, very quiet and gradually moving up, gradually moving through. So the next few hundred metres will bring a vast change to this array, I think.
Yes, Miles Harold over the far side is it's deceptive, but he's certainly in running. I think we called it incorrectly. It's the Mossman rower that's out in front. That's Jeremy Gategood.
Ah, right, okay.
And followed by Mitchell Caponis from
Certainly.
Cranbrook. But over the far side, Miles Harold has just taken it up in lane 1 from Nepean. And I would say that he is probably going to win this race.
Yeah, I think confusion is, I don't think that the Cranbrook Mike Mitchell Caponis is actually on the water. And it is the Mossman, the rower there, Jeremy Gategood, doing very well.
No, that is Mitchell there in lane 5. So,
is it?
Yes, Miles Harold from Nepean is just 1. He's followed by Jeremy Gategood from Mossman.
Yes.
Mitchell Caponis.
Oh, on the far side, yes. Okay, then.
Mitchell Caponis from Cranbrook is going to come in 3rd. Ben Vickery from Hunter Valley Grammar in 4th. And right here in lane 8, Gabriel Carmody from, well, that's not Sydney Colours. No, we have a lane 9, which doesn't seem to be on our program. So we have a somebody else there in the race.
That's causing a little confusion in identification, that one, but nevertheless.
Well, it's confused us old blokes, but I'm sure other people can work it out.
Yeah, it's very easily done, isn't it?
So we don't have a result as yet.
And just looking at the colours, I think our anonymous rower was a representative of St Paul's Grammar. I'd say, looking at the colours. confirming a nice row there by Miles Harold, and it kept up my impression of those lurking on the far side who suddenly come through in the last metres and take out first race. But we're looking at the race 35, the penultimate race in our morning program, B final, women's under 19 single scull. In lane 1 from Glebe, Antonia Hendricks. Lane 2 also Glebe, Zoe Reed. Lane 3 from Penrith, Lila Anderton. Lane 4 from ANU, Harriet Wallace. In lane 5, Capital Lakes, Madeline Vague. Lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar's Holly Baker. Lane 7, UTS, Katerina Savanos. And lane 8 from Nepean, Michaela Hall.
And at this stage, it's again, it looks like Katerina Saravanis from UTS battling it out with Madeline Vague from Capital Lakes. And of course, I'm very excited about that our Glebe girls are in this race. Zoe Reed seems to be in the mix there at the moment. Some way back, but could get a placing. But it looks to be comfortably Katerina Saravanis from UTS race, although I think I could be jumping the gun because over there in lane 5, Madeline Vague from Capital Lakes seems to have just increased her rating and speed. She's giving a push past the 1500 metre mark. Bit hard to call third place at the moment, but I think it's going to be the Lila Anderton over in Harriet Wallace from ANU in lane 4. But she certainly seems to be going neck and neck with Michaela Hole from Nepean, and we've just seen the Nepean tactics with the men. It's a race just previously where certainly gave a great push to finish. Well, you see, I think the order's changed because Madeline Vague seems to be. Do you think she's going to pull past the Katerina Savanos from UTS?
My impression is, looking at the UTA Katerina Savanos there, I think she has put in a little effort. She's come up right beside Madeline Vague, but Madeline is now starting to respond. Now this is a good race,
yes.
A classic race. We're looking at Madeline Vague with a little more length, slightly lower rating than Katerina Saravanos, but nevertheless a very good race indeed.
Yes, Madeline Vague is going to take this race from Capital Lakes, and she'll be followed by Katerina Saravanis. And in third place, it will be Harriet Wallace from ANU. Fourth place could be close, but certainly Michaela Hole from Nepean is pushing hard to try and beat Zoe Reed from Glebe. Come on, Zoe. Oh, yes, and she's just overtaken Zoe. So that's Michaela Hole in fourth place and Zoe Reed in fifth.
Well, we have the final race of the morning program almost upon us at the moment. It's race 66. It's the A final of the women's under 19 single scull. In lane 1, Sarah Fard from UTS. In lane 2, Elizabeth Carter, Newcastle Grammar. Lane 3, Zara Collinson, Sydney Uni. In lane 4, Sarah Abrams, Sydney. In lane 5, Grace Cipher from Sydney. In lane 6, Lily Gavin from Sydney. Lane 7, Taylor Kerpenopoulos from UTS. And in lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Isabel Oakley.
And it looks to be the Sydney rower in the middle is that lane 5, which is Grace Cipher. And she's been followed closely by Sydney Gavin here in lane 6. And there's a fair gap back to, it looks like it's going to be the UTS rower over in lane 1, Sarah Fard, for third. But you never know. The Sydney University's Zara Collison is also battling it out with Sarah Fard over there. So Grace Cipher looking very comfortable in lane 5. Couple of lengths or a few lengths ahead of Lily Gavin, both from Sydney Rowing Club.
Yes, the 3 Sydney Rowing Club reps in this final all won their heats earlier in the day, so a very good performance from the Abbotsford Club.
Winning time of 8 minutes 41.48. Third place will be taken by Sarah Fard from UTS over in lane 1. Fourth, Zara Collinson from Sydney University. Fifth, Sarah Abrams from Sydney. Sixth will be Isabella Oakley from Newcastle Grammar, followed by Taylor Kerpenopoulos in lane 7. So I think we were missing a lane in that race, John.
May have. I didn't pick that one up. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that completes our morning program of rowing. We've got about an hour now, or almost, before our afternoon program gets underway. And it will commence at, I think, 2:28, race 67, which will be the men's masters single scull. They're division races, so there will be presentations. So we'll see you back here on the water in an hour's time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back to our CEO, Rowing New South Wales, and our presentations, and I think we're into race 66. Is that correct? That's it, spot on we are. And this is the presentation, race 66, the final, the A final, the women's under-19 single scull, and the gold medal goes to Sydney Rowing Club. Sydney represented by Grace Cipher, and Grace coached by Lachlan Carton and Donovan Check. So women's under-19 single scull, our final race for the morning rowing program. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting our afternoon session of rowing underway for this, our 2020 Small Boats Regatta, the first of our major regattas here at the Regatta Centre for this year being 2020, of course. And a big regatta. We've got something like 84 races over the program, several to go this afternoon. Our last race is scheduled about 4 o'clock. We've got 32 clubs and schools taking part, and very pleased, as I mentioned earlier, to find out that we have 17 or 18 interstate schools and clubs taking part today, with a significant number of schools and clubs from outside the Sydney metropolitan area. So good to see you all here for what has been a very good day's racing for small boats. We, in fact, will be commencing our afternoon program with races from the 1,000 metre mark. They are all, to start with anyway, Masters events, where Masters single scull. These will all be handicap events. Handicaps, as we mentioned earlier, based on the age of the competitors, and handicaps are then given accordingly. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but it's good. We will have a number of elite events there at the 2,000 metre mark, but we're starting certainly for our first half a dozen races or so, all from the 1,000 metre mark. And here comes looks like our first one down here now, is it? And this is the Division 1 of the men's Masters single. Haven't quite come to grips with what's there at the moment, but it looks like our Nepean rower on the lane 2, Jason Waddell, who was off 5 seconds, is probably in front. No, it's Newcastle, Osma Mitari from Newcastle over the line in first place. Glebe second, Brad Smith in second place. And who going to be third, the big third for this Division 1 of the men's Masters single scull? Might be a photo, but I think number 3 had it. But we'll wait and see what the judges say. So that was our first event, Division 1 of the men's Masters single scull. Yes, it is, as I suggested, a photo for second and third, but it was Jason Waddell in first place to take out this handicap event in a time for 3:08.22 seconds. That's for the 500 metre mark. It was a mixture, that race, of A, B and C class, and there'll be a similar mixture for our next race, race 68. It's underway, Division 2 of the men's Masters single scull. We have the 4 scullers off go. They're on the left-hand side as we look down, but at the top of the list, Alan Robertson from St George in lane 1, and Robert G from St George in lane 2, both off 18 seconds. Our next group, all F group, Bruce Egan, North Shore, of 8 seconds, Joseph Gretsch, Balmain, Chris Walsh, North Shore, all off 8 seconds, and those off go, Richard Jones from Abbotsford, Mark Williams from Mossman, Mark Tierjan from Glebe, and Timothy Wallison from UTS. Mark, of course, rowing in lane 8, was my assistant commentator in the morning session of rowing. So here those off go, which will be Jones, William, Tierjan and Will Zenon, will all have to catch up 18 seconds from our St George D graders who got up first. Now looking down the course at the moment, it looks like Timothy Wilsellen and Mark Tiergen from UTS and Glebe respectively, probably leading the push at the moment. They were all off go, so they've done very, very well indeed to go through the D graders who were off 18 seconds, so they've done very, very well indeed. Conditions very good this afternoon. Breezes up a little, but nevertheless. And we just see what we got a presentation on there. I got to find out who it is first, and we'll go from there. And here we go, the first race of the afternoon is race 67, the first division of the men's masters single scull. And first place goes to Jason Waddell, representing Nepean Rowing Club. Jason's coached by Daniel Waddell, the Waddell family there in a big way. Well done, men's masters single scull. Division 1, Division 2 underway at the moment. And it's got touch go, but it looks like Timothy Wilson from UTS in second place, with Mark Tiergen from Glebe in second, and then across to Mark Williams from Mossman in third place. Second of our Masters Regatta races for this afternoon's program, and we'll continue with 2 or 3 more of our Masters races as the afternoon progresses. That was race 68. And the winning time 4:08.71. We're looking now down at, again, the Masters Single Scull Men's Division 3. 3 categories in this race, G, H and I. The I's, 2 of them are off go, and they're on the left-hand side as we look down. So, on the far side, off 25 seconds, G class, lane 2, George Old from Lisco, lane 3, Andrew Sapansky from Nepean, lane 4, Michael Hayes from Abbotsford. In the centre of the field, H class, both off 15 seconds, James Taylor from Mossman, Branko Kovacic from Des Moines, and then off go, I class, both from North Shore, in lane 7, Robert Jury, and in lane 8, Len Walter. That race underway now. Just a reminder from all our competitors, we would like the bow numbers to be returned back to the finishing tower as soon as practicable after your race. Otherwise, we've got to spend some time chasing them around, so I appreciate it if they could come back quickly. And the return has been very good this year so far, or this regatta, so let's keep it up. So we're looking down the course at race 69, Division 3, Men's Masters Singles. And it looks as though the 2 North Shore scullers who were off Go have managed to stay out in front at this time, but the group 15 seconds is moving up on them. I'm looking particularly at Branko Kovacevic, and he certainly is moving up there and is threatening that first place, currently shared, I think, by Robert Dury and Len Walker. But while that's on, we'll go back to the podium, and we're looking now at our medal presentation for the second race of the afternoon. That's the Division 2 Men's Masters Single Scull, and first prize and the medal goes to UTS, represented by Timothy Walsallon. Timothy coached by Tim McLaren, and he was off go. So managed to stay in front. Well done, Timothy. Just looking down at the course at the moment, I think we might be missing Cup A, at least one of our scullers. Our program indicates that we've got 7. I can only see 3 there. Not sure where the gap is, but no doubt that it is the Robert Drury, Len Walter, I think, both from North Shore in lanes 7 and 8. Managed to hang out there, but with Branko Kovacevic from Des Moines moving right up there beside them. So it's going to be a very good race, this handicap event. Branko was off 15 seconds, so he's just about caught up his 15-second handicap at this stage, and he's got a chance now over this last 150 metres to see if he can take first place in this Division 3 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. And this is going to be a very good race here, the race which is tending between North Shore's Robert Dury, who was off go, and Branko Kovacevic, who was 15 seconds behind him to get away, and it's touch and go. Can Branko catch up that 15 seconds? He's got his bell ball there in front. I think he's going to make it. He's rowing out of lane 6 at the moment from Des Moines Rowing Club. Bow in front, yes, and he's got his 15 seconds. Well done. North Shore, Robert Dury in second place. In I-Class, Len Walter. North Shore in third place. And the winning time, 4:08.71. So well done there, Branko. A good win, particularly when you were off go and you had 15 seconds to make up. Still some of the high markers in this event. Rate 69 still coming up toward the finishing line at the moment. And we're on to race 70 now. It's at the 500 metre mark. It's underway, I think. Yes. This is Division 1 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. 3 categories in this race. A of 5 seconds, B of 3 seconds, and C of go. The A seconds on the far side, lanes 2 and 3, are Jacqueline Ford from Nepean and Chantel Lindsay from Newcastle Uni. In the B category, lanes 4, 5 and 6, Jodie Penagapoulos from Abbotsford, Jocelyn Harris from Glebe, and Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt. And in the C category, off go, St George, Andrea Coos, and from Abbotsford, Loma Gray. And again, in looking down at the about nearly 450 metres, I suppose, yet to go, and Andrea Coos from St George appears to be maintaining her early advantage of being off go, and we've got many up to 5 seconds behind them. So this is going to be, I think, a very, very close event. But we will have another presentation in just a few moments. But in the meantime, back to the walk. And this is Division 1 Women's Masters Single Scull. Andrea Coos from St George still out there in front. The back markers had to catch up 5 and 3 seconds respectively, and I think that Angela's managed to keep out that far in front at this time. We can see, looking across the group of scullers on the right hand side, the far side, they were off 5 seconds. The group in the middle off 3 seconds, and then the two on the grandstand side both off go. Well, Angela Coos is doing very well there. See her there in the single red stripe around the centre of her St George colours. There is a bit of a burst coming on. I'm looking at Jocelyn Harris from Glebe over there, and she is certainly lifting her rating, trying to catch up that gap of 3 seconds she gave away at the start. But nevertheless, it's Andrea Coos still in front, and not comfortably in front because there's a push to catch up the leeway at the moment. But Andrea's done very, very well indeed to maintain that lead advantage she had at the beginning. And she's lifting her rating just a little at the moment, and she will be able to hold off this challenge over there from Jocelyn Harris from Glebe, and it will be Andrea Coos, lane 7 across the line in first place, with Glebe's Jocelyn Harris in second place. Winning time 4:19.27. We're looking at yet another Masters event coming down at the moment, all on the 1,000 metres, or they may have started at this stage. This is Division 2 of the Women's Masters Singles. 2 categories, C and D. The C categories are off 5 seconds. The D categories off go. The C category in lane 1, Maggie Smith from Drummoyne. In lane 2, Daniela Borget from Leichhardt in lane 3. Vanessa Edwards from Nepean in 4, and Michelle Duzel from Newcastle Uni in 5. The 2 markers are Colleen Chapman from Abbotsford and Tamsin Brew from St George. The latter 2 are in lanes 6 and 7 on the grandstand side. They have a 5-second advantage, and over 1,000 metres, and that's not a great deal, although Andrea Coos hung on to her 3 seconds advantage in the race just completed. Well, we're looking at race 71 at the moment. The field is starting to spread out a little. It looks like Maggie Smith from Drummoyne, who was on a 5-second, but she's dropped back considerably. Her 2 compatriots in C class, Danielle Bourget and Vanessa Edwards from Nepean, both managing to move right up there, as in fact is Michelle Duzel from Newcastle University. But they are not quite, but have almost caught our markers, base markers, Colleen Chapman from Abbotsford, Tamsin Brew in St George. Now, Tamsin is managing to keep her bow well and truly out there at the moment, but there are crews from back markers starting to move up very close to her at the moment. I'm looking particularly at Danielle Bourgeat and Vanessa Edwards, both right up there, and I think about to move into the lead on this event, Division 3, or 2 rather, of the Women's Masters Single Scull. While that race is on, we'll look at our further presentations, and we're looking at race 70, Division 1 of the Women's Masters Single Scull, and the gold medal there, St George Rowing Club, and representing St George, Andrea Coos. Winning time 4:19.27. Division 1 Women's Masters Single Scull. So we're back to Division 2 of the same category at the moment, and we're looking to look at our lead Lycard Danielle Bourgeat over there, I think, in lane 3, across the line in first place, and she is just ahead of Nepean's Vanessa Edwards. Both were off 5 seconds. So a very nice row there by Danielle and Vanessa. Very nice row indeed. And the 71 winning time 4:24.77. And in the other race coming down at the moment, it's Division 3 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. And we have 3 or 4 divisions here. D class off 34 seconds in lane 2, Anne Harkham from Newcastle. In lane 3, E class off 29 seconds, M Barrack from Mossman, and Rowena Stewart from Abbotsford, both those off 29 seconds. The F class, 1 entry, Christine McCready from St George, off 23 seconds. G class in lane 6 from Mossman and Taylor, off 13 seconds. And off go, lane 7 from North Shore, Susan Walters. And it looks like Susan's managed to hang on to her go advantage at this stage. Mind you, if we look at Anne Harkham over there from Newcastle, 34 seconds, a lot to catch up over 1 kilometre. And the same, of course, for M Barrack and Rowena Stewart. They have 29 seconds to catch up. But they're moving up on Susan Walters. She's led to this stage, but I can see Anne Taylor, Christine McCready, that's from Mossman and St George, ranging right up there beside her at the moment. So a good race in all. This is the last of our Masters races for a short time. After this, we're dropping back to 2,000 metre start, and we're looking at the men's elite double scull, expecting a very, very good race out of that one. But we're looking now at Division 3, the finishing stages, Women's Masters Single Scull. It looks like Christine McCready from St George, who was off 23 seconds, has caught up those 23 seconds, a very good effort, and about to move into the lead at the station at this stage, overtaking Anne Taylor from Mossman, who was off 13 seconds, and Susan Walter from North Shore off Go. So this is a very good result, pardon me. So Christine McCready, it is at this stage. Christine has done a sterling job there, making up her 23-second deficit. About 3 strokes to go, and she'll be across the line to take first place in front of Anne Taylor from Mossman, and then in Susan Walter from North Shore. Crossing the line after that will be Rowena Stewart from Abbotsford off 29 seconds. And on the far side, I think it's Newcastle and Harkham off 34 seconds. That's a big handicap to try and overtake. But we're going down, of course, now to look at an elite event, which will be down in just a few moments. Perhaps we might even have time for a presentation prior to that happening. And we're having the presentation in the boat. That's probably a good idea. Well done. And this is Division 2, the Women's Masters Single Scull Race 71. And our trophy awardee was from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Danielle Bourget. Well done, Danielle. Winning time 4:27.77. 4:24.77. Now, just looking at the elite race about to start from the 2,000 metre end. This is the men's elite lightweight double scull. In lane 1, Sydney Rowing Club, Alexander Pakalis and Christopher McCarthy. In lane 4, it's a Mercantile and Banks composite crew. Sam Alston-Durf from Banks and Eric Lowe from Mercantile. In lane 5, Banks, Guy Valek and Lachlan Skysertup, coached by William Raven. And in lane 6, it's a UTS and ANU composite. Hamish Harding, ANU, and Michael McRae from UTS. In fact, this race will be followed by another 2 elite events. They first will be the men's elite double scull, and that will be followed by the women's elite double scull. A couple of scratchings from that event. The Sydney and Mercantile composite of Katrina Bateman and Harriet Hudson has withdrawn, as have Rowena Meredith and Fiona Ewing from Sydney University, leaving only a 2-horse race. So let's proceed now back to the final of the events for women's masters single scull. This was Division 3, and the winner representing St George, Christine McCready. Congratulations, Christine, winning time. I don't have it here, unfortunately. So well done. Award winner for the women's masters single scull Division 3. Just some advance notice. We did have ahead in race 75 the women's elite double scull. Now that event has been a number of scratchings, leaving only one crew to row. That was the Huon UTS composite. They will now row in the following race, which is the men's under 21 double scull. That will give them a race in which they can compete. There are a couple of withdrawals from that event anyway, but I'll bring you a total update on that as we get toward that event. (2,000-metre start, this one. Men's elite, lightweight, double scull. Now, while we've got a pause in our commentary, just a reminder that Rowing New South Wales is continuously seeking volunteers, and there are many roles in which you can assist on the water, in the office, background, with boat drivers, with commentating, with organising the bow numbers, timekeeping, photography, film, boat race official if you'd like to be that one. But we'll get your name very quickly, I hope, volunteering. And a special request, bow numbers not coming back as quickly as they did this morning, so please, if you could get your bow numbers back as soon as practicable after the race. Thank you. Well, race 73 is underway. Advised that we do have a withdrawal. That was the Sydney composite, or Sydney combination of Pekelis and McCarthy. They are now, that leaves us now with the Mercantile Banks composite, Banks in the centre of the field, and the UTS ANU composite. So 3 crews in this event for men's elite lightweight doubles. Well, although I said there were 3 crews left in this event, I was having trouble picking up a 3, but I can see now Banks in the centre of the field. Guy Velick and Lachlan Seisaka have drifted right back. So the race at this stage is between the Mercantile Banks composite, rowing out of lane 4, and the ANU UTS composite, rowing out of lane 6, and I think it's the latter, the UTS composite, which has the advantage, certainly at this stage, down over the about 750 metre mark. 1750 metre mark, I would think, and about 200 and something metres yet to go in this road. So the Hamish Harding and Michael McRae combination is leading the Sam Austin Dorp and Eric Lowe combination for first place at the moment, with the Banks in their a very distinctive reddy pink colours dropping back into third place. But a lot of clear water from 1 and 2 back to the Banks combination. Very nice row here by Harding and McRae, coached by Alex Field. They don't appear to be over-pressured, a moderate rating, keeping their boat moving. They've got plenty of water over there to the Banks and Mercantile composite. And it will be, yes, a good wind here for the UTS A&U composite, rowing out of lane 6 in this event for elite men's lightweight double sculls. Second place, the Mercantile Banks combination, about to cross the line now. And then we have the Banks combination of Vice Vierlich and Lachlan Sizageta are in third place, yet to reach the line. We have yet another elite event underway at the moment, race 74, and it is the men's elite double scull, where of one withdrawal, that's the Capital Lakes crew scheduled to row in lane 5, so that leaves us with lane 2 Mercantile, Kane Grant and Joel Kane. Lane 3 Sydney Uni, Nick Leswick and Morgan Brooking. In lane 4 University of New South Wales, Christopher Maloof and Michael Jones. Lane 6 a Mossman Mercantile composite, Red Matthews and Sean Murphy. And lane 7 a Black Mountain and Sydney Uni composite, David Barthelot and Luke Letcher, both of whom, and all of these have rowed earlier today. And in lane 8 from Banks, from Victoria, James Meads and James Crouch. It looks like a very good performance here at this stage. It's a 2,000 metre event and 3/4 of the race is already over, and I would think it's the Black Mountain Sydney Uni composite, David Barthelot and Luke Letcher doing very, very well indeed. In fact, you'll recall David Barthelot got a very creditable second place in the men's elite sculls this morning, rowing against the current world champion from Germany. But a very comfortable win, it looks like, here coming up for David Barthelot and Luke Letcher. Second place is a little better fought for the Mossman Mercantile composite, and then back to Banks on the grandstand side in lane 8. No doubt about the continual winners. They're drawing away even more. Black Mountain, Sydney University composite, David Barthelot with Luke Letcher in the from the ACT in the seat there, lane 7 at Black Mountain composite. First across the line in this event, the men's elite double scull. Lane 6 about to cross the line now. That's the Mossman Mercantile composite, with the Banks combination out of lane 8 coming in third place. Well, back to our presentations at the moment. We're looking at race 73, and this is the men's elite lightweight double scull, and the winners was a composite, UTS and ANU composite, and the crew composed of Hamish Harding from ANU and Michael McRae, UTS. Medalists for race 73, the men's elite lightweight double scull. Now the winning time for the race just concluded. That's the men's elite double scull, won by the Black Mountain Sydney Uni Composite, 6:41.07. Now I gave Bunce some mention a little earlier about some changes in our program because of the number of withdrawals in the next event. That's event 75. The women's elite double scull. We were left with only one crew there, and that was the Huon UTS composite, made up of Sarah Pound, Georgina Nesbitt. So in order that they can have a race, that Huon UTS composite, Pound and Nesbitt, will now race in the next race. They'll race in lane 3 of race 76, the men's under 21 double scull. Now in that race we have withdrawals from Sydney number 1 and Cranbrook and University number 1. So that will lead us with a field of the women's Huon UTS composite, Sydney Rowing Club number 2, Lachlan Wilmot and Miles Devereaux, they're rowing in lane 5, and the Sydney University composite of Matt Smith and Elliot Simpson in lane 7. So back we go now to our presentations, and here we have race 74, the men's elite double scull. It was a composite crew, a composite of Black Mountain, Sydney University, and that crew was composed of David Barthelot from Sydney University Boat Club and Luke Letcher from Black Mountain Rowing Club in the ACT. Well done, composite, David and Luke. Men's elite double scull, time 6:41.07. Another mention of good work done by our volunteers. We're always looking for more volunteers. Just have a look on the big screen and you can see the sort of thing you can get involved in. Boat holding at the start of the 2,000 metres, driving the boats for our umpires and boat officials on the water. There is a range of things you can do, even sitting in the commentary box assisting with describing our races. So volunteers, if you're interested, Rowing New South Wales wants to hear from you. Just a reminder for all crews, bow numbers, return please as quickly as is possible after your race. Just a reminder too of the New South Wales Kings and Queen Cup luncheon. It's on Friday the 20th of March. It's at the dockside at Cockle Bay Wharf. Bookings can be made via Rowing New South Wales, and it's a chance to really applaud the magnificent performance of our New South Wales crews rowing in the Interstate Regatta last year, and to wish all well for all our crews who row in the Interstate Regatta later this year. Well, we appear to have one double scull coming down all by itself at the moment. Status not known. No umpires following, so I'll try and get some information to that regarding that when I can. There's a finishing horn, so not quite sure what that was. Not as the race was described it should be to me. Well, looking at the screen, it might appear that it was the Huon and UTS composite, which was supposed to have rowed in the race to follow in a combination event from with the men's under 21 double scull, but their time over that course was 7:28.39. Now that wasn't as it was described to me was supposed to happen, but nevertheless, we had two very, very prominent Australian rowers there. Sarah Pound won the Victoria Cup with New South Wales in 2018. That was the first time we'd won for 17 years, represented Australia at the World Championships last year and the year before, and Georgina Nesbitt represented Australia at last year's World Championships. So very experienced, very competent rowers and scullers. So we're going to play it a bit by ear to see just what happens in the next race, which is scheduled to be the men's under 21 double scull. So we'll see what happens. Well, this is race 76, men's under 21 double scull. Well, it should be, but I was advised of a number of withdrawals, and based on that advice, there appears to be too many competitors on the water at the moment, but we'll see what emerges as they come a little closer. And I'm working on the basis that this could be race 77 on our program, which is the women's under 21 double scull. And if that is the case, we do have then a Mossman Capital Lakes combination in lane 2, Sydney University number 2 in lane 3, St George in lane 4, an ANU Capital Lakes composite in 5, ANU in lane 6, and Sydney University in lane 7. And if that is the case, it's Sydney University, Danielle Stewart and Ella Menzies in the front. They're rowing out of lane 7 and comfortably in front at this stage. Our next question will be to see what happens to the competitors in race 76. Perhaps it's yet to come. Yes, Sydney University colours there out of lane 7. Danielle Stewart and Ella Menzies leading this event, which I assume is the women's under 21 double scull, 2,000 metres. Bit of a burst coming from the far side. I think it's again Sydney University, Alex Smits and Olivia O'Donnell. So this could end up being a Sydney Uni 1-2 event. Third place, it looks like ANU, Nicola Greenland and Alexandra Moyland. But there we have, from lane number 7, Sydney University, Danielle Stewart, Ella Menzies over the line in first place. Second will be also Sydney University, Alex Smits and Olivia O'Donnell. And in third place, it's the ANU combination, Nicola Greenland and Alexander Moylan. So we've got some advice now on what happened to race 76. The remaining crews there will now be rowing in lanes 8 and 9 in race 78, which is the men's under 23 double scull. So we'll have a bit of a combination there. So just a few little changes. Got to fit the shoe as a race program progresses and sort out problems as they happen. But there we are. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having another presentation in just a moment. We can see the Sydney University colours on the pontoon at the moment. So as soon as Margot Harley, our presenter and CEO of Rowing New South Wales, is ready, and our awardees, of course, will be underway. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Presentation race 77. This is the women's under 21 double scull, and the winning crew was Sydney University. University represented by Danielle Stewart and Ella Menzies. Crew coached by Alfie Younger. Their winning time 8:10.97. Sydney University winners, women's under 21 double scull. Now the next event is event 78 on our program, and this has a few changes where it is nominally the men's under 23 double scull with 3 Sydney University combinations and 1 from Sydney Rowing Club, but there are 2 additional crews now. They have come from race 76, and they will row. That was the men's under 21 double. So we'll have 2 groups rowing in this race, under 23 and under 21 double scull. That's the Sydney number 2 combination and the Sydney University number 2. So, So that will give us in the under 23 combination out of lane 3, Sydney University number 3, Harrison Roaston and Richard Ledger. In lane 4, Sydney University number 2, Christopher Martin and Nick Leslick. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club, Torrin Olsen and Jackson Kench. And in lane 6, Sydney University number 1, Devlin Walsh and Jordan Duff. Now added to that will be in lane 8, Sydney Rowing Club. I think it's the combination of Sydney Mercantile combination. I'll try and sort out one for you a little later on to see who it is. But it will be Sydney Rowing Club in lane 8, and in 9 we'll have Sydney University number 2. Both those latter two from the under 21 category. Sydney combination in the under 21, I think, is Lachlan Wilmot and Miles Devereaux, and for Sydney University, Matt Smith and Elliot Simpson. And 3 crews coming down here at the moment, so not exactly sure who's who at this stage of the event, but it is a race. Nominally a race number 78, men's double. I think we might have the Sydney University crews under 23 on the far side, and Sydney University under 21 crews on the grandstand side, but that's yet to be confirmed, but that's as I think it may be. Looking at Sydney Rowing Club there, a very nice combination. I think it is rowing out of lane 5, Torrin Olsen and Jackson Kench. They'll be across the line first with the Sydney University combination of Devlin Walsh and Jordan Duff immediately behind them. I think then we have a Sydney Rowing Club combination. This is an under 21, and I think, and again think to be confirmed, ahead of a Sydney University under 21 combination. Winning time for the race just completed, 7:01.22. ladies and gentlemen, going down to a presentation at the moment. And this was a combined row, the men's under 23 double scull and the men's under 21 double. We'll start, I think, with the under 23. And the winners in that race, Sydney Rowing Club, represented by Torama Olsen and Jackson Kench. And now let's have a look at the presentation for the under 21 double scull composite. It was a Sydney Rowing Club composite again, and names we've seen before, of course, of Wilmot and Devereux. Well done, congratulations. Oh, congratulations, Sydney Rowing Club. They're winners of the two categories of double scull, men's under 23, men's under 21. Race just finished was the women's under 23 double scull. It finished while our presentation was going on. First across the line and will be the trophy winners, Sydney University, at a winning time of 7:35.11, and the crew was Wallace Russell and Tara Rigney, coached by Alfie Young. Second also was Sydney University, Bianca Gillette and Lucy Coleman. So well done to Sydney University. Well, a two-horse race halfway down, or two-thirds of the way down the course at the moment. It is the men's under 19 pair. There was one withdrawal, that was, pardon me, that was the Mossman combination, scheduled to row in lane 4. So we have left now Sydney University, Ray Gibson and Henry Ryan, and then on lane 6, not to be judged, but the Sydney Uni and Sydney combination of Ben Gibson and James Talbot. So it looks like it'll be Ryan Gibson and Henry Ryan across the line for first place in this men's under 19 pair. As I mentioned, the other crew, the Sydney University and Sydney composite, not being judged in this event. About to cross the line, Sydney University out of lane 5, and a winning time of 7:31.65. And that was the men's under 19 pair. Continuing in the tradition of the pairs, the women's under 19 pair underway at the moment, I think, or about to get underway from the 2,000 metre mark. We have a powerhouse Nepean composite, Kathleen Murdoch from Nepean and Alex Vermilion from Powerhouse. Glebe, Matilda Bland and Alexandra Hammer in lane 4. In lane 5, Roseville, that's Roseville College, Katie Ashworth and Alex Brown. And then in lane 6, the MLC School, Jasmine Finch and Ella Woodbank. This is the women's under-19 pair on the way down at the moment. The powerhouse Nepean composite of Kathleen Murdoch and Alex Vermilion is not to be judged in this event, so they're competing by invitation, which leaves us with Glebe, Roseville and the MLC School. Can't pick up, but they all seem to be there at the moment. Now we look right across to the lane 3, that's on the southern bank. That'll be the powerhouse Nepean composite, Murdoch and Vermilion. They are not to be judged, so they are leading the race, however. So it means that, as I see it, we've got Roseville College in front at the moment for those being judged, leading the MLC School, and then Glebe back in 4th place. Well, we can leave that and go back to our presentations, and this is the men's under-19 pair. It's race 80 on the program, and the win goes to the Sydney University Boat Club. University represented by Ryan Gibson and Henry Ryan. Coaches Christopher Holliday and Jack Hanley. Winning time by the pair is 7:31.65. So our invitation crew, the powerhouse Nepean combination of Kathleen Murdoch and Alex Vermilion. Vermilion is in front at the moment, leaving the group to be judged. I estimate that's Roseville College in the centre of the field, Kate Ashworth and Alex Brown, coached by Gonzalo Biones in 1st place. In front of the MLC School, Jasmine Fitch, Ella Woodward, coached by Robert Glendenning, Kathleen Hextall. In 2nd place, back to Glebe, Matilda Bland and Alexander Hemmage. Looking at the colours again, I think that might be the Glebe Rowing Club there leading, but the invitation pair is about to cross the line. Women's under 19 pair, 2,000 metres. This is the Murdoch and Vermeer composite powerhouse and Nepean. And then we've got, it should be, Roseville, it says there in 5, Roseville College there in their colours, across in 5, the MLC school in 6. In second place, and Glebe in third. And the Glebe combination of Matilda Bland, Alexander Hammer, about to cross the line in this event for women's under 19 pair. Well, our next few races are all moving back to the 1,000 metre start mark. These are for master classes, and it's the women's masters double scull to be up first of all. There's several classifications, A, C, D and G, the G being off go, D being off 19 seconds, C 23 seconds, and the A category off 28 seconds. So we're looking down the course at the moment. On the extreme right will be lane 2, the Newcastle University Nepean composite of Jackie Ford and Chantel Lindsay. Their A category off 28 seconds. Next, lanes 2 and 4, Glebe and Newcastle Uni composite, Michelle Duzel and Jocelyn Harris, with the Abbotsford combination of Colleen Chapman and Jodie Panagopoulos. They're off 23 seconds. Then we have 3 D-class crews, St George, Andrea Coos and Kristen McCready, Abbotsford, Loma Gray and Rowena Stewart, and 7 St George, Susan Robertson, Tamsin Brew, all off 19 seconds. And then a Mossman North Shore composite, Susan Walter and Ann Taylor, they're off go. So it means that the Newcastle composite on the far side, Newcastle Uni and Nepean, have got 28 seconds to make up over the 1,000 metre race. So that's a pretty hefty task. Our next few races will all be Masters events, and they'll all, in fact, they will take us to the end of the regatta, all on the 1,000 metre start mark. Throw 3 races in this, our small boat regatta for 2020, coming to an end in 3 races' time. Ladies and gentlemen, much love and affection being given to the winners of race 81 about to take part in their presentation ceremony. That's the women's under 19 pair. And here is our formal presentation. Race 81, the women's under 19 pair, and the winners Roseville College, and representing Roseville, Katie Ashworth and Alex Brown, and the coach Gonzalo Brione. So well done, Roseville. Good to see lots of schools on the water today, and in your race, of course, we had the MLC school as well. Well, come on, smile, girls, and coach need good pickies for the school magazine. Well, race 82 is underway, a handicap event, Winter Women's Masters double scull, A, C, D and T classes. A giving away 28 seconds on the extreme right as we look down. Glebe in the middle giving away, Glebe and Abbotsford both giving away 23 seconds. St George and Abbotsford number 2 giving away 19 seconds with the two St George, and the Mossman composite on the grandstand side off go. Managed to hang on to their lead at the moment. The 19-seconder mark moving up though, but the Mossman composite of Susan Walter from North Shore and Taylor from Mossman certainly holding on to that very slender lead as we look down the course on these magnificent rowing conditions as they are at the moment. Little flutter in the flags and the banners, but again it's not reflected on the water surface. So our go marker composite Newsaw Mossman still hanging on to that 19 second lead, but stretching out to 28 second for the Newcastle Uni composite, who are moving up quite nicely as a matter of fact. 28 seconds is a lot to catch up over 1,000 metres, but they're moving up quite well on the far side at the moment. C class, the Glebe composite into Abbotsford in lanes 3 and 4, also moving up quite steadily. I'm particularly looking at the Abbotsford number 2 crew, Loma Gray, Rowena Stewart. They've certainly moved up and are matching that Mossman North Shore composite of go for the lead at the moment, and they're the crew that are making a real effort and likely to do it. But I look over the Newcastle University and the Nepean composite in lane 1, the Glebe Newcastle Uni composite in lane 2, also making a go of it. Now this is a race and a half. Our go markers have been passed at this stage or about to be passed, so the race is going to be between the markers, 19 second, 23 or 28. Which is it to be? I'm impressed with the 28 second Newcastle Uni composite up there. They're in a position with any luck they could take out this prize and overcome their 28 second deficit, but the lead at the moment is certainly with the St George combination of Andrea Coos. She won a race recently, and Christine McCready in the centre of the field. Their D class, they've made up and made more of their 19 seconds, and I think they've got this in the bag at the moment. They're confident, they're rowing steadily, they're not being harassed, and they will cross the line in about 3 seconds. That's St George, Andrea Coos, Christine Mulcready, winners of this handicap event, the Women's Masters Double 8. double scull. Sorry, not a double 8. That'd be something to see, wouldn't it? So very nice win there. I haven't got a time for you, unfortunately. Before winning time for that event, that's event 82, Women's Masters Double Scull, 4:22. Looks like we do have one problem with one of the starters there. Being escorted over to the side, probably some broken equipment, I would think, just by the look of things. We'll wait and see what happened. Well, our next Masters event is on the way, a race 83, the penultimate event of today's racing, Division 1 Men's Masters Double Scull. Is in the A category, in lane 2, a long way back at this stage, University of New South Wales, off 18 seconds. Christopher Maloof, Michael Jones. In lane 2, D category, off 10 seconds, Robert G. Alan Robertson from St George. In 4, it's Balmain, off 5 seconds, Jofa Gretsch and Michael Kemp. In lane 5, it's Glebe, off 5 seconds, Mark Tierchen, my fellow commentator earlier today, and Nicholas Galea. In lane 6, it's Sydney F. Off-Go, Martin Little, Charles Lloyd Jones, and with them down there off-go, Abbotsford, Douglas Stewart, and Richard Jones. So it looks at this stage like the Abbotsford crew is hanging on to that slim margin, but the Glebe combination of Mark Tierchen, Nicholas Galea moving right up there, but there's some fast movement coming up there from that St George crew as well. They were off 10 seconds. Robert G. Alan Robertson moving their boat very, very nicely. This is shaping up into an excellent race. It is a handicap. Theoretically, they all should finish at the same time, but we know that doesn't happen. But it is a good race. We have Abbotsford off-go in lane 7 on the grandstand side. We look across the Glebe crew of 5 seconds, Mark Tierchen and Nicholas Galea. Then we look at St George, possibly Balmain in front at the moment, Robert G. and Alan Anderson, and a fast finishing University of New South Wales off 18 seconds. They won't win, but by G, they've caught up some trouble. St George will be Robert G. Alan Robertson off 10 seconds to take this event for the Men's Masters Double Scull Division 2. And so the time for that winning St George crew, Robert G. and Alan Robertson, 3:51.17. Oh, hang on. So let's go down now to the presentation at this stage. This is for race 82. This is the event for Women's Masters Double Scull. It's a handicap event, and the winner of 19 seconds was St George, and St George represented by Andrea Coos and Christine McCready. Well done. I think that's Andrea. Second gold for the day, a very good effort. Winning time, 4 minutes 22 seconds. Women's Masters Double Scull. We're looking at the final event of the day, race 84 coming down now, Division 2 Men's Masters Double Scull. In lane 3 of 10 seconds, North Shore, Len Walter and Chris Walsh. In lane 4, also of 10 seconds, Mossman, James Taylor, Mark Williams. In lane 5, again of 10 seconds, they're all G category, North Shore, Robert Jury, Bruce Egan. Then we have H off go, Mossman, Kerry Braslin and John Newcomb, and also off go, North Shore, Michael Taylor and Kim Rudder. It's the North Shore crew which appears to have done very, very well at the moment. I think, well, I read out 5 crews. I can only see 4, perhaps 1 sunk. We'll never see, and I unfortunately can't pick up the absolute detail. But it certainly looks like the North Shore colours there over on the grandstand side. They were off a go, Michael Taylor and Kim Rudder doing very, very nicely indeed. I look across to the Mossman combination of James Taylor's and Mark Williams. They are also moving up, and I would think they're about to project themselves right into the lead of this men's masters double scull event. I'll say pushing them on the far side is another North Shore crew, Len Walter and Chris Walsh. They were also off 10 seconds. So those 2 crews have done very well. They've made up their 10 seconds and they've moved beyond it. I think what we're missing is the second of the Mossman crews, which was supposed to be Kerry Braslin and John Newcomb. They're supposed to be off go, but it leaves the Mossman number 1 crew, I think it is, James Taylor, Mark Williams, off 10 seconds to move out into the front at the moment, and go them with them is also a 10-second marker, and that is the North Shore combination of Len Walters and Chris Walsh. But it will be Mossman, Taylor and Williams over the line, making up their 10-second mark for first place. North Shore number 1 in second place. North Shore number 2 in third. And the winning time for the race just finished, 4:08.27. Let's go back now to our penultimate presentation of the day. This is for race 83, the men's masters double scull division 1, and we see St George on the podium again, and they take the prize. St George Rowing Club, represented by Robert G and Alan Robinson. Well done. So St George taking out the gold medal there for Division 1 of the men's masters double scull. So we only have one presentation yet to go. And with that announcement, could I mention a quick get your bow numbers back pronto, please. Please get them back as quickly as we can in order that we can wrap up all our counting for the day. It's very important to have the counting done today. Yeah, one more to go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in theory, we do have one presentation yet to go. Not sure if it's going to happen, but I would like to thank you all for being here, for supporting our small boat regatta for 2020. I think it's very satisfactory to see the number of schools and clubs who came from outside the metropolitan area, and even more satisfactory to see the 17 clubs, universities and so on who came from outside New South Wales. I think every state and territory, with the exception of Northern Territory, were all there represented. Thank you for taking part. Much appreciated. Hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you very much to all our boat race officials. We couldn't run a regatta like this without them. We have problems, yes, but they get sorted out very quickly. So we need more boat race officials. We need more support workers. So if you'd like to volunteer, just contact Rowing New South Wales. Thank you to our sponsors and supporters. I've read the names out many times before, but we can look again. It is Bentley's and it is the Insurance Group, the Regatta Shop, Pontoon, Bont, our new sponsors for our programs, Melanoma Institute and Croker. Thank you very much for your continued and very, very good support. Thank you very much indeed. Well, it might look as though we're not going to have that final presentation. So may I, on behalf of Rowing New South Wales, say thank you for being here, thank you for supporting us, and we'll see you at our next regatta.